happening this year.
Based on Carol's story, Patricia is back living with her ex and is currently at the doctor's office getting a monthly shot. Everything lines up. Patricia temporarily stopped communicating with John due to a financial dispute. However, John, being a caring grandchild, got worried something more sinister was at play. It seems like it was just miscommunication. However, officers decide to get all of Patricia's information and check her room just to ensure nothing's off.
Alright.
Where's your room here?
It's right back here.
Can we just look at it?
Yeah, do you want to see where it goes and everything? I'm sorry, baby. You want to show what grandma's view through this? This is the last one on the right now, since it's the first one on the left here. You let Natalie sleep in. This bedroom, since grandma's view spent the night right in. So we can have some fun.
All our clothes are in there.
Stuff is right there. There's clothes that she just washed.
Okay. All right. We're good. We get the call, you know, and then there's one side of the story, and then there's the other. So he's got everyone worked out. But might call, someone else might call, and you don't want us showing up here a million times. So we want to just see her in person. Hey, you're fine. That's all we need to do. Okay.
Alrighty.
All right.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
The officers have one simple task to wrap this case up, since they confirm Patricia is okay with their own eyes. To do this, Officer Pelt decides to call the doctor's office where Patricia is apparently being treated. However, the call doesn't go as planned.
Hi, this is Officer Pelt with the Roseville Police Department. I'm just calling because I believe you have a patient in your office by the name of Patricia Bennett, and she has some family members that are concerned about her and are trying to just make sure she's there.
Nope, she's not here. Her, actually, they might have got the date mixed up. Her appointment is, February the 13th. I'm gonna go ahead and ask a couple of my colleagues just to make sure, like, did she come here?
Right.
Anything
Or
like
is she
that.
planning on coming there?
Nope, she's not supposed to be in today. Nobody's, she hasn't come in yet or anything like that, but we can watch out and contact you.
Suddenly, things are starting to misalign. John insists that he thinks Patricia is missing, and now the only person living with her is lying about her current location. Something is definitely not adding up, so officers decide to speak to John again to further investigate the strange situation.
I just don't get why my grandma makes a Facebook post saying she's at home. You guys show up, she's not there.
And that was literally 2 minutes. As soon as you pulled away, she texted my dad that.
There may be other circumstances that we're not aware of, or the family's not aware of.
I'm hoping I just have this
So what your expectation is that this woman here who's your mother,
Yeah.
is hiding your grandmother from you?
Yeah,
For what reason?
for a month.
She's trying to take the money from her that you think is entitled to you?
No.
Okay, I don't know. Your grandmother, what
My grandma raised us.
raised you? Okay, okay,
So generally, yes, I'm really concerned
I'm been in and out of her
where
life.
she's at.
right, okay.
My mom was never in my life.
And I just want my grandma to be passed away, and she's like, or hopefully she's just hiding her because she's sick, and my grandma doesn't want to know. I really have a pissed off grandma that's missing, or dead.
Well, if she's dead, then, I mean, if she's got a body hiding somewhere or is done away with her, I mean, and then trying to collect Social Security or whatever she receives, I mean, it takes some effort.
My grandma has fraudulent,
Police reports on her.
police reports on her.
When was it? When,
A couple of years ago.
a couple years ago? Okay. And what happened to those charges?
I think my grandma decided to not pursue them
Okay.
fully. They had
Uh-huh.
they locked her up because that's her daughter, but
I'm not trying to get her in trouble, but why would you keep lying? But, so that's why I'm thinking that nothing's been hiding up. My grandma just texted me again.
Okay.
And no
So,
cops in my house again. My grandma's not at the house.
John's claims are frankly terrifying. Not only does he suspect his mother of stealing from Patricia and using her money, but he thinks she may have even murdered her. Accusing your own mother of committing such a terrible act is something officers need to take seriously. However, there's no evidence to suggest that Carol had even harmed Patricia, let alone killed her, so these claims feel drastic, unfounded, and premature. Officer Jarabek seems to have felt these claims were over the top as well, so he would lead John to the station to file a missing persons report. Additionally, he wants to learn about John's history with Carol, and why he thinks she may have killed Patricia. Alongside John would be Carol's ex-husband TJ, who claimed to have important information that could help solve the case.
Just gonna record you and I. Alright? So when did you physically last see your grandmother eye to eye?
Probably after Halloween, beginning of November, before I went to North Carolina. I came back from North Carolina Thanksgiving, so didn't see her. Went there on Christmas, didn't see her. I've been calling her and asking her to call me. I need to hear your voice, or have my mom have me call me. I need to hear your voice, or I'm gonna do a welfare check. I threatened that a couple weeks ago.
Alright,
Yesterday, I just cracked and finally called in.
and now you haven't had any voice
Yeah, no
contact with her since
Somebody
Thanksgiving?
texting me off her phone or off her Facebook. I know it's not her just because the words that he uses is not how my grandma talks.
When was the last time you saw Carol?
Let's not talk Carol, period.
Not Carol, Patricia.
Oh, okay, I'm like, every time I drop my daughter.
Yeah, we're like Patricia.
Patricia.
Contact with Patricia, yes.
Yeah, it was around the Halloween time. I did receive one text message the other day stating that she was, sorry for holding up Carol. Carol and my daughter were supposed to hang out because it was my birthday this weekend. Came around 6 o'clock, so I texted her, I'm like, what's going on? You know, it's my birthday, we're supposed to be celebrating it, and blah, blah, blah.
You, Carol, and Allison are supposed to be celebrating on Sunday, your birthday.
Right, and then I get a text message from Carol's mom, but it doesn't read like Carol's mom, but it says, sorry, I'm holding her up, signing over the cards and giving her title to house and insurance stuff so she can get that stuff signed Monday. It gets kind of, when Carol types, a lot of times it comes up kind of misspelled. It's because she has glasses and stuff like that.
The only contact that you had with her was from
A random message, and she said that she was with my aunt. So I did some research. I went there today and spoke with my aunt. She hasn't spoken with my grandma since 2015.
Remember how Carol said that Patricia moved over to live at her sister's house?
Is Patricia here?
No, she's not here.
John visited that house, and Patricia's sister claims that she hasn't seen Patricia in over 5 years.
And she was messaging me today while we were there with the cops, saying that she was home. I messaged my dad that she was home when we know she wasn't there because the cops were there. My dad screenshotted them all and sent me those messages.
Okay, can you email those to me?
One thing I do know, and I mean, in this type of situation, I would hope it's more true than it is the other, is I've known, like I said, I've known Carol since I've been 20. I mean, like boldface, like you can show her, like there's a picture of you, and I have. There's a picture of you doing this and da-da. It's not me. I mean, so she's always been a chronic liar, especially when she's off her meds. Because she does take lots of medicines, longer than I had even when we were together. I mean, I'm sure you can get her a list of medicines that she was taking, but I guess she lost her therapist, so she has not had medicine for the last couple months. And when that happens, things get kind of wonky with her.
Any other conversations
Other
or
than calling the house phone, social media, off of Messenger, calling her that way, texting her, nothing. And then on 12th of January, my mom texted me off her phone saying, Grandma B is sleeping, getting over pneumonia here. I was like, have her call me. I need to hear her voice. She never does this. She always calls. And there was no response.
These interviews help clarify why John would go as far as saying Carol had killed Patricia. She's been lying to them for months. Nobody's been able to see or speak to Patricia, and she happens to have a decent surplus of cash the family has been pulling from. And remember, on top of all of that, Carol lied to the police about Patricia's whereabouts at the doctor's office. The evidence makes it abundantly clear that Carol's not telling the truth and trying to hide something, and it's likely something horrifying. So police try and visit her house a third and final time, but this time, they aren't leaving without answers.
Hi again. Is she here now? No, she's up at the Liver Cancer Institute getting her B12 shot.
I'm sorry, I don't mean to be cranky with you, but where is she at?
We're just not looking at the information that's lying.
The doctor's office that you told us she went to, she's not there.
With cardiovascular is where she goes. Dr. Takazu is who treats her with acidic white blood cell cancer. Not the white blood cell cancer.
Right. You said she was at Woods Cardiovascular.
Because he was a lot of
What's your daughter's name?
What's Allison?
Allison.
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 Yeah, so just get complete information from
That's a nice balloon.
Well, it's because I don't
Thank you.
Woods Cardiovascular is where she's been treated.
Yeah.
please?
It's where she's been treated for a long time with Dr.
And how did she get there? And how did she get there?
Her sister drives her, or
Her
I drive her,
You didn't drive her today, so today,
and sometimes when they get her across the street,
how did she get there today though?
I believe her sister.
Her sister?
Yes.
The sister that lives in Warren?
Yes.
Okay. But you don't have your sister's number?
I don't talk with my, or my,
Well, last night,
Okay.
she stayed over there.
when
She
the
was,
officer came here, she did not speak directly to her.
no, she spoke to me, okay, because she was at my aunt, she was here like before last.
Is that your
She
phone?
was here, yes, that's what I just gave you.
Listen, we just want to always leave
I
this.
understand, but you guys are upsetting me, bothering her, upsetting me.
No, I'm sorry.
That's fine.
Okay? Because you don't hear what she says when she leaves. I just went through a really bad domestic violence divorce situation with CPS up my butt for the past 2
We're not
years.
here, but that's not what we're here for. We're here to find out if your mom's okay. We got a bunch of people who are concerned about her, and no one seems to know where she
My
is.
son's father, my son, and his brother, which he's got his brother on high alert now, which his brother's wife was just here yesterday morning while my mom was awake on the couch to pick up $200 to do her tabs for the car, for my son's car.
Right.
Okay?
Yeah.
I mean, I can show you the pictures of my daughter and my mom.
She's
sitting on the
sending
couch.
messages telling everyone she's here.
She's currently here.
Now she's coming back here because she just called.
She just called. Why don't you call her right now? While we're here.
And she's on her way, then shortly we'll be able to resolve this.
Yeah, she must back down to her.
Yeah.
You can see
That's
that
fine.
I'm actually. Oh.
You wanna put on speakerphone? Will she answer you?
I don't know, she went up there to get her B12 shot.
Notice the drastic change in Carol's demeanor when she was directly asked to call Patricia. She's no longer deflecting, but rather soft-spoken and deliberate with her choice of words. Pay attention to Carol's body language as she's asked more of these direct questions.
I know she's supposed to be calling John because John's the one that started this 3-4 nights ago, threatening to call if she didn't talk to him. Yeah, if she didn't talk to him by noon the next day. I had her call before she went to Sam's Club. It was
Was
like
it possible that,
11:45, 11:50.
was it possible then that she could just speak to John
Yeah,
directly?
yeah,
Well, then why hasn't she?
Like face to face, so that they're at ease.
and she's not answering.
Or sending messages to
Do
each
you wanna
other?
call her again?
She was just concerned.
I'm sorry,
Yeah.
she was talking, you were talking, phone was ringing, what did you say?
Why can't your mother directly speak to John? Not through a message, not through text.
She can,
FaceTime.
I don't have nothing to do with her and John though.
Well, that's why we're here.
I'm getting stuck in the middle of it.
Yes, and so are we.
So are we, and we have to figure, we have
We're trying to
to
get
see her. You wanna just try to call her again? What's the doctor's office she's at?
This cardio, no, the Weber Cancer Center is behind Macomb Hospital.
Coincidentally, Officer Peltz would call this doctor's office, and yet again, Patricia was nowhere to be found. Officer Peltz knew something was off, and decided to call in Detective Jarabix to question Carol officially, and confront her about her growing list of lies.
It's so nothing if this does go downhill when she starts making any admissions, let's stop, get her to the station. We'll do a search warrant, whatever we have to do for the house, but if she
Do you
starts.
wanna do a consent to search first? So you can gather it at the house first? Does she have consent?
Yeah, let's start out with that.
She's not letting me go through the house.
To go through the garage?
I've not been through the
Alright,
house.
just check the cars and
No, I just went through the house. It's a good side quick, so she's at a great.
Okay. This is Detective Jarabix.
Excuse me.
That's.
Hi.
So we're gonna, I mean, if you don't mind, we'll get consent from you to search the house to see if there's anything that would lead us to think of who she went with, to help you out, figure out where she went. She didn't tell you otherwise, right? You're under the impression she was supposed to be with her sister?
Yes.
That's what she told you?
Who lives in the house?
I do, my mom, and this little girl over.
Has she done this in the past?
My mom doesn't tell anybody where she does.
But your son seemed pretty concerned that she wasn't here.
What's on John?
Yeah.
Yeah,
But she tells you that she's with her sister.
that's got me,
It's concerning.
that's got me worried, I'm not worried, but
She's
aggravated.
not answering her phone calls. The people that she says she's with, she's not.
Mm-hmm. That's got me
concerning.
aggravated.
I won't feel right if I leave this house without looking for anything that points in the right direction. I want to do my job properly and make sure that, and I guarantee when she walks back in her door and she finds out that I searched for her stuff to help try to find her, I'm gonna be okay with it because that's what most people would be okay with, right?
I'll open up her bedroom door, so you can see her stuff or whatever, I'll lock the car for you so you can look at it and whatever, or whatever you wanna do, I don't wanna sign anything and get in trouble.
Okay.
There's all her things.
Okay. When your mom left, did she take like a toothbrush, a bag of clothes, like she was spending the night anywhere?
Oh, she's a person, and the coat and boots.
Yeah, does she normally sleep over people's house without,
Well, she does, she did this time, but she has in the past. Puzzles right
she does
now.
that,
She's doing it.
obviously medical issues.
Oh, yeah, she's doing medical issues, but well, she takes
What
it.
I'm saying is that that's also, when we're looking at somebody being missing, it's concerning because anything can happen. If she's got COPD, she's had a stroke already. We understand
Well, she's out there.
You're not seeming very concerned. I'm more concerned for your mom than you are. Like,
I am concerned, I just have talked to her and seen her in the past 24, 48 hours. And
but now,
I'm frazzled because she's lied to me about talking to my, and I don't know why she would do that.
Well, I mean, we're concerned because your mom left, but she didn't even pack a bag to go, you know.
Well, then she normally won't. Even when she came out to my trailer that I was reading that night up on Hall Road.
So for like an overnight, you don't pack like just a toothbrush, a change of clothes, underwear?
Obviously, something's going on here. We're fairly certain something's going on. We need to start fresh. And we need to tell you, we need you to tell us exactly what happened.
your story's
Your story doesn't add up.
very quickly.
You're extremely nervous.
Well, yeah, I had to police her last night and today. Yeah.
Carol, obviously, something really happened to your mother, right? You know something that you're not telling us. That's apparent to us. We're trained investigators. We know when something's not right and something isn't right. You have many people outside of you that are concerned about your mother's whereabouts. Where is she at, Carol?
I don't know, because she honestly said is what she told her when she left here.
The detectives haven't cracked Carol yet, but they're extremely close. If they can get verbal consent to search the property, they may be able to find clues to further solve the case or get Carol to reveal more information.
Now listen to me. You're lying a lot. Okay? I'm now at a point where I don't believe anything you're saying. Okay? I've now confirmed another part of your story that's wrong. So you need to come clean now. Let me know where your mother's at. If she's in this house or in your garage, that she passed away from natural causes or whatever it is, and you didn't want to do anything because maybe you needed some extra money for Social Security or whatever it is, we can get through it. But right now, what you're doing is you're hiding somebody who's possibly dead. Okay?
Absolutely not.
Carol, she hasn't been in this house in 2 months, 3 months.
She has. She's got dirty clothes in the laundry room. She's got clean clothes hanging right there.
What does it have to do with anything? That's neither here nor there.
I mean,
What's going on? What's going on in your life
we're here
that
for
we have to get? Yeah, that's odd because she left for the night. Wouldn't she want to brush her hair in the morning?
Carol was caught lying through her teeth multiple times. However, despite all of that, detectives couldn't get the consent to search her property. This leaves them in a tough situation. It's clear Carol is lying and hiding Patricia's whereabouts, but with no solid evidence, they can't be certain of Carol's involvement in the disappearance. But luckily, the police had a trick in mind, involving Carol's current boyfriend, Ricky. Since Ricky has been living in the house with Carol, he has the authority to give consent to areas of mutual access. In this situation, that allows officers to search the majority of the property despite Carol's objection to the search. As long as Ricky doesn't have any involvement in Patricia's disappearance, he would have no reason to object to a search of the property.
Hey, how you doing, sir? Not too bad, you, Ricky?
Yeah.
Okay, good. They have some of these detectives on top of you.
Detectives?
Yeah.
What's going on?
Oh, they'll talk with you.
When was the last time you saw Patricia? Like physically saw her in person?
Physically saw her, it's probably been about a month.
Would you mind coming to the station with us? So we can just sit there and talk?
It's just,
Well, we want to find Patricia, but we're getting,
she's not over at sister's house?
no. How long
She lied on me,
who's lied on you?
Carol.
Carol.
Yeah. Because she's the one that told me that she was at her sister's house.
Thankfully, it seems as though Ricky has no idea of the crimes. More importantly, he would agree to a search of the property, granting them access to most of the home. If they discover anything serious, they'll need a search warrant to investigate it further, but a cursory look around the property is now fully legal. They begin by searching her backyard and cars.
Help. Help's with her. Oh, help's with her.
Just be right.
After coming up empty in the backyard, they check the last remaining spot. Carol's garage.
Boyfriend's here.
Just want to look up here.
You open that?
Fit in here.
I mean,
Bloody
oh, alright. Bloody towels. They're in here. It's all. She's in there. Oh, she's in there.
Open up. Let's see. Well, hold on. I don't know. Well, hold on.
I don't know. I'm not just. Nah. Oh, he's looking. He's looking at it. Nah, nothing. I think I opened up that grave bin and it's full of bloody towels. It stinks like a dead body. Are you kidding me? Swear to God.
You gotta get your search warrant.
Huh? For what?
If it's in there, Boaker wants
For what?
if
They're
there's
searching for the body.
yes, if there's one.
Bloody fill in here. Ready?
Yeah, there's a body.
Where?
You see the lady from the park run.
Okay.
But I'm sure I'll go the thing up there.
Somebody said he was back here. But he didn't see it. Everybody needs it. That's the boyfriend. He just showed up. They were looking for him. That. I just opened up the big plastic storage bin and it smelled really bad. It was full of blood and towels, and you can see a body in there. So that's kind of where we're at. Alright.
We look her, bring her in. What about
Everybody was saying, people, the brothers, we need to find out what they were telling officers, because they were saying he was like in the back there yesterday. It was coming and going, somebody noticed it,
There is
yeah.
still moisture on the top of that. I open it, there's still moisture on the top, so that's not been that long.
And they were somebody we got to talk to over there. They said, yeah, you know, the door was open yesterday and he was coming and going, and then all of a sudden his car was gone.
This dude? Whose boyfriend is it?
this is the girl in Carol's. I say we bring her in.
Yeah.
Not only had they found Patricia's deceased body in the storage bin, but the body still wasn't dry, meaning the murder couldn't have been more than 2 months ago as John originally suspected. This terrifying scene couldn't have made the truth more clear. Carol Ray had killed her mother and had been covering it up for weeks. However, she may not have been the only one involved in this. Ricky had been staying at the house for months now, and the cops believe he had to have known about the murder if he'd been living beside it the entire time. With this in mind, police placed Carol under arrest immediately and detained Ricky too.
Carol,
Go ahead and stand up for me. Wrong, James back. I think you know where we're going, but I suggest think about what you need to tell us, okay? I might have my knife on me over there.
Following Carol and Ricky's arrest, both would sit in a jail cell while they waited for detectives to arrive at the station. Multiple hours later, they would bring Carol in for her first interrogation.
Obviously, Carol, we're here to talk to you about what's going on here. Further, we let this keep rolling. Further, it's going to get without you being able to, shed some light on this, okay?
The goal for this interrogation is not to get Carol to confess, because she obviously did it, but to determine a motive and figure out if Ricky was also involved.
If I say something and it comes out wrong or something like this, because it was an accident, I'm just feeling so like explaining the process.
You explain the truth, and it will come out as the truth.
I don't believe so.
I'm not, I can give you advice. If you want to tell your story, you can tell it how it is. I don't have to ask any questions. If you want to get it out, you can do that. At the same time, once I tell you your rights, if you don't want to talk, you don't have to talk.
At night, we're sleeping between 1 a.m. and 4 a.m. in the morning, and I heard loud banging. My daughter and I were sleeping in the room, but I was sleeping on the couch. Anyway, there was a crash, and it sounded like someone was breaking through the glass window or breaking down the door handle. I grabbed my gun. I went running down the hallway and had my finger on the trigger that could speak it. But I went not running, but walking back down the hallway. And I hit it with my right foot. It was looked at all weeks, my legs and my feelings, and it went off. Doing it, and I shoved her shoulder, and then I hurt her leg. And I screamed, Mom, and pulled her on the floor. And I noticed that this is very shit. Out of her problem, but I thought somebody had broken open door, something like that, where a huge loud crash.
If a suspect is highly emotional when recalling an event, they will often have trouble remembering certain details in that moment. You'll often notice the suspect unable to form full sentences and stuttering in their speech. But Carol shows none of this. While crying, she manages to form a detailed timeline of how she killed Patricia. This implies that her story of events may be inaccurate, and the murder wasn't a mistake like she claims. Now that they've heard it, however, the detectives would be able to search for evidence that explicitly countered this story, and that didn't take them long at all. The very next day, they brought Carol back out of her cell and into the interrogation room again. Throughout this interview, see if you can spot the information that the detectives found specifically for this conversation, and watch how they use it to break her story apart.
Going on to what you said yesterday, I know that you're walking down the hallway, you heard a noise at the gun area and the river. You're walking the owls, are there any trips? The gun gives your finger on the trigger, and the gun went off, correct? You saw your mom bleeding, and then, are they said you started taking out her mom.
So randomly, I went on to freak me out, and I dropped it down. The
cops are clearly trying to come across as understanding and compassionate to Carol, but if their main goal was to make her feel comfortable, they wouldn't have sat her in the corner of the room and positioned themselves between her and the door. They want to eventually make her feel so cornered and pressured that she lets go of the truth. So for now, this nice guy demeanor is a complete act for the detective to build rapport, as he tries to get her to talk as much as possible.
So after that happened, obviously you found your mom in the container. Now, sort of kind of understand how she got there, but you gotta explain to me what changed with your back and everything. You do this by yourself. So can you walk me through? I understand, obviously, panic, everything's kind of, you're freaking out, and it's your mother you love, right? And so, he was waking up, I'm walking through the minutes after all that happened. Let me ask you this, was Ricky there that night? I don't feel happy in them and want to.
Remember, an important part of this interrogation was to figure out if Carol's boyfriend Ricky was also involved to any extent. At the moment, Carol is claiming that he wasn't on the scene at all, as they'd recently had a number of arguments. The cops would have a chance to interview him later on, but for now, there's one question regarding him that they just can't seem to get their heads around.
So, okay, so I was in this interview. Ricky wasn't there. Kind of was, here's the baby right now. What happened next? Did you leave your mom on the couch? Move her somewhere else? Okay. Very hard to understand. Obviously, Robert either panic, right? I mean, I can picture myself in a situation, panicking, got your daughter there. Where did you move her from the house to where first? We found her in the garage. She moved anywhere before the garage. Right in the garage. So this is where I'm starting to rip. And I think this is a hard detail to get through. Picking up your mom, there's no way you're picking up. How did you do that by yourself? You're saying Ricky is not dead. Did Ricky come over and help? You haven't helped people. Are you afraid to tell us? You're afraid of Ricky? You don't have to be afraid of problems. You're scared of you.
Carol remained completely silent for almost 30 seconds after she was asked this question. The cops are right to assume that she's scared, but it might not be for the reasons they think. She could be scared of Ricky and the consequences of implicating him in the crime, but she could also be terrified of the situation she's in. She's going to jail for a very long time. There's no escaping that anymore, and that's a scary reality for her. Whatever the reason is, though, the cops are still doing their best to give her a moral excuse or justification for what she did, so she'll talk a little more. She panicked, and anyone would have done the same. The best thing she can do to make things right is to tell them exactly what happened.
I mean, people panic. People make mistakes. Yeah, I mean, you know what happens most often? When you flee from an accident, happens all the time. Panic, right? See, someone gets in a car accident, they smash their car, they take off, left or turns up dying. They hear them on the news, and then the lives keep going, and they're like, shit, I should have stayed, but I didn't, right? That's a mistake that maybe I should have. I don't want to screw this if I have to. How did you get the soda? She just asked all that stuff. Is it possible somebody else can move it for?
The cops are really focusing on Carol's inability to physically move Patricia to the garage, as to them, it was a clear sign that somebody else had to be involved. But at this point, they're not getting anywhere. Unfortunately, this isn't conclusive enough evidence to implicate anyone else, and it's not getting Carol to talk. But that's okay, because the detectives have one piece of evidence that they've been saving for this very moment, that could prove without a doubt that everything Carol said so far has been a total lie.
The other thing I want to bring up is they obviously did an autopsy of your mom. They found some punctuations in that. 3 punctuations. Not a whole scar, but actual fresh punctuations for that. How did those get there? Never of anything after the fact. And not saying they're killing her, but like, you know what I'm saying? I'm saying, I don't know, maybe growth, hallucinations, suffering, or anything like that. Here's what I don't want to get caught. That once they tell us exactly how deep they were, if it was a cause of death, should be a cause of death. You really, we have to get everything out and out and try to do something with those wounds that don't cause those wounds or anything like that. So how she thinks right now, what could possibly cause those questions there.
I just know that she gets tested for anything like that. I will hear this person's first.
Preliminary, it looks like my and fresh, like the function, the method of the night is the
A gun accidentally going off and killing someone. Unlikely, but believable. But 2 fresh, deep knife wounds that Carol hasn't mentioned a single time? It's going to be extremely hard to explain this one away. Not only does this imply the murder was completely intentional, but the fact that Carol hasn't mentioned it means that she knew that was the case and wanted to try to cover that part up.
Again, I don't want to put words in your mouth, don't want you to implicate anybody that's implicated, or in more trouble, but as we should investigate and continue to investigate in the days and weeks, months to come, more things are going to come up. I'm pretty certain of it. Right now, eventually what happened.
Not too bad.
The red on your mom is in that. Maybe too that needs to believe that you know. Did you actually not have a mistake? Did you actually mean it? Well, I'm not saying that. That's what I'm saying. I'm saying you understand where many things can be answered at the time not. And can I ask you this? What's going on? Did you freak out after you shot her? She was still breathing and you want to make sure that's at this point, you know, for her to be like this?
Absolutely not. I wouldn't know. Absolutely not.
Did you, and maybe you kind of see like it sounds terrible, but like you see a lie and you say how. Okay.
At this point, the interrogation has been going on for over an hour, and Carol clearly doesn't intend to deviate from her story despite all the new evidence. The detectives are still no closer to obtaining a confession or any information about Ricky from her, so they figure they've got no choice but to speak to the man himself. So later that day, they bring Ricky in for an interview of his own and attempt to get the truth out of him, whatever it may be.
Do you have any idea what's going on?
No, I don't.
You have nothing?
Somebody at the house said something about Patty is now at her sister's house where Carol was telling her that she's bad.
When was the last time you physically seen Patty? You guys call her Patricia?
Yeah, Patty, Tricia, and we call her Patty. I physically seen her about, I think it's like a month and a half ago before Thanksgiving.
How often do you stay at the house during time this?
Every day. Been there except for, it was like the night from home for Mark's.
So you've been staying there every day?
Yeah.
Already, Ricky is being much more open and giving much better answers to all of the detective's questions. He also seems exceedingly calm and as though he's just trying to help the officers out. Right now, he definitely isn't coming across as a murder accomplice or a blackmailer, but there's still plenty of time for the cops to catch him out.
What about Carol? Does she have a job? She's going anywhere? What does she do with most of her day?
Most of her days, keeping Allison busy, in her house, doing what she can. She major surgery.
Any financial issues with you or Carol or Patty or anything? Nothing.
Carol took care of the bills.
You know where she got the money to? She's not working.
And she said she had a joint bank account with the mom.
Carol didn't act you strange or suspicious to you or different.
She's bipolar, so yeah. I always said that she was the world's greatest actress because I can't tell them if she can't hear or not. That's there's something bipolar. They're impulsive heads, and I've been finding a lot of her webs before. I've been telling her she's been feeling like this.
Really, I mean, I don't really necessarily know you, obviously, but you seem pretty nervous to me. What's going on? Is there something you're nervous about?
I'm not nervous about anything.
Where did you sleep?
Mostly in bed. Carol.
Where did,
Sometimes I'm mostly in her bedroom.
Let me ask you about the garage. You ever been in the garage?
Yeah.
Ever?
Hardly ever.
When's the last time you think you were in the garage or in the front room?
I think we went to look for a screwdriver. She was, I think it was early December. It was spent for weeks. Did she have you go look for her? No, she's gonna let me.
Compared to Carol's interrogation, this one seems extremely laid back and relaxed. It feels as though there's a big chance Ricky genuinely just doesn't know what's going on. However, the cops do pick up on the fact that he's a little nervous. He's finding it hard to look the detectives in the eyes, and he seems a little soft-spoken. So, to clear things up fully, they decide to put the pressure on big time to see if he breaks.
Ricky, we got a problem. We got a real big problem. I think you know what it is. And I think you need to be honest and upfront with us. So we're going to give you the opportunity now. Tell us what really happened.
That's what happened.
What happened?
What I told you.
I'm not talking about the little details we've been asking you. I'm talking about with Dad.
Dad, yeah. She's been at her sister's house. Where does that go?
We know Patty sees. Patty's got a gunshot wound to her. And she was found in a tote in that garage.
Tell us everything you know, so we do something more than history.
Because here's the thing, Ricky. There's investigative tools we have. We're going to find out exactly when she died, where you were when she died. Which I'm betting you were in that house, and you know exactly what happened.
I'm not having a problem, Patty.
I'm not saying you had a problem with it. I'm not saying that at all. I'm saying you know something.
I don't know anything. I swear. You don't know this woman, Carol. She has fun with my head. She has cheated on me behind my back without me knowing about it. The only way I found out about it was tripping over. So, finding it on accident. Her showing me something on her phone, and all of a sudden, a YouTube baby pops up on her phone.
Why are you with them?
We went to counseling this year, tried to make things work, because I love her, I love the house, and so she's like, oh, I really do.
This is not the reaction a guilty person would give in this position. He's never defensive and he never gets annoyed. He just tries to explain things exactly as they are. He's not upset that he's been caught. It feels like he's upset that he'd ever be accused of this. He also gave a few pieces of information that could be backed up by the detectives, such as the facts that Carol had been cheating on him and that they'd been in therapy. In just 5 minutes, detectives went from assuming him to be the main accomplice to completely discounting him as a suspect. Carol, however, completely stayed in the spotlight, and it was eventually assumed that she acted alone and with intent in Patricia's murder. It was determined that Carol killed Patricia all the way back in November and hid her body for roughly 2 months before John had caught on to her act. Although Carol never verbally confessed to the crimes, she was charged with first-degree murder, felony use of a firearm, and larceny of $20,000 or more. She faces life in prison. Ricky was let go with no charges.
Yeah, there's a ton of showcases.
A father of 8, riddled with bullets. Detectives suspect a madman may be terrorizing the neighborhood. This dude out here robbing and killing. But no one wants to talk.
Oh, son of a bitch. I don't have one single person that's going to be able to stand up in court.
But first,
one shot right to the middle of his chest.
A young mother murdered in her hotel room.
She just stopped breathing.
When a killer targets easy prey.
A knock on the door. Almost like she was expecting him.
She's meeting strange men. She has no idea what they're capable of doing.
She didn't deserve to have a life taken, period.
And the clock
Get him to the door right now.
is ticking. For homicide detectives, their chance of solving a murder is cut in half if they don't get a lead within the first 48 hours. Mobile, Alabama. 9:47 a.m. A hotel off I-65.
What is the emergency? I don't know, I was asleep. I turned to around and some guy, I think he was trying to take her money, and then he pulled a gun out, and he shot her. I'm sending the paramedics now.
Police and paramedics rush to the hotel and find a young woman on the floor, dead.
My daughter, Paris, is due any day now. What I'm worried about is that my wife will go in labor while I'm working this case. But when you're up for the next homicide, once you get that phone call, you have to drop everything and go respond to the scene.
Driver's license.
21-year-old Jessica Newcomb, a single mother, attended community college for nursing before dropping out. She lived in Hattiesburg, Mississippi, and leaves behind a 5-year-old son.
They're the same age as my sister, man. It's freaking crazy. One shot right to the middle of his chest. It came out on the left side, on the back. Look at that. Bullet went through.
Lodged in the carpet is a .40 caliber slug.
So the suspect was pretty much standing over with the gun. Were there any witnesses?
The 911 caller has been brought to homicide.
The victim and the witness, they were in the room together.
Yeah.
Okay.
Let me check and see if anybody else saw anything.
Right, gotcha. Hey, how you doing? I'm Detective Rowe. Were you here earlier? No. Do you know anybody across the hall or anything? Any arguing or anything like that? No. Okay. The good thing about it happening at this location is at the hotel is most of its cameras inside and outside.
So we're working on getting that footage.
But right now we have the witness at headquarters, so we're gonna talk to her now. Hey, you know, I'm Detective Ross, my wife, Detective Nels. When did y'all check in?
It was Monday. From Hattiesburg.
The 911 caller says she and Jessica live 2 hours away in Mississippi.
What brings you to Mobile?
Just meets up with guys. That's her job. That's what she told me. She does like sexual favors or some sort.
Okay. So this morning, what happened?
I woke up to her sitting on the bed saying no, no. And this guy was here. He was like, get the money out, blow your brains out. And then she still was saying no. And so we let off a shot. I thought it was like a warning shot. And then she said, I got shot. So I started screaming, just give me money. And he moved her out of the way.
She says the shooter found Jessica's money under the mattress and stole it.
Got on the phone with 911 and she just stopped breathing. Jess has always known that something bad can happen to her. She's always wanted somebody to come and rob her, do something to her, but.
Cool. Have y'all met this guy before?
I've never seen him before.
Did you see his face?
Gwinnett County, Georgia. 1:25 p.m. An apartment complex in Norcross.
Brand County 911. I need you to come now. There was shooting. Okay, are you with the person that was shot? I wasn't there because he was shooting. I was scared. The person doing the shooting, where are they? I don't know.
When police arrive, the shooter is gone. But inside an apartment, they find a man on the floor, shot dead. Corporal Shannon Coolness will lead the investigation.
We got an ID on him yet?
Yeah.
42-year-old Joseph Lamont Love, known as Joe, was a local rapper and music producer. An entrepreneur who gave back. He ran a non-profit that helped feed the homeless. He is survived by his fiancée and 8 children.
One bullet is under the scalp, one is in the neck.
Joe was shot 13 times.
There's a ton of shell casings.
The team finds 13 9mm shell casings leading from the living room into the kitchen.
That's not a good way to go.
Have you come back here yet?
Inside the victim's recording studio is a broken window.
What the hell happened? I'm Detective Coolness with Grant County Police, okay? I'm gonna be handling this, alright? What's your name?
William got it. I'm his best friend.
Okay. So what happened?
I don't know what happened.
You didn't hear anything today or see nothing?
No, I'm sitting right here. I mean, I heard the firecracker.
Yeah.
I don't know what kind of shot.
Okay. What would have happened, man?
I didn't know he tried to be in the studio.
Okay. How much money are we talking about?
I had to mix.
The friend says Joe also ran a car washing business.
You know, you get paid cash, you clean cars and everything. I know it was robbery.
Okay.
What?
Yeah.
Then,
Someone else was in the apartment when he jumped out the window.
the 911 caller was in the apartment when the shooting went down. Patrol found him and brought him to Westside Precinct.
We have a guy who supposedly busted his way out once the gunshots occurred. I'd like to see what he has to say. There you go. I'm Shannon Coolness with that. I work with Blaine County Homicide, okay? How long you been knowing Joe?
Couple of years now.
Okay.
Today I was actually going over here to listen to some of the music he had going on. He was in the studio sitting talking, you know, and then the doorbell. He was like, well, we gonna check the door. So I'm in the studio, all I hear is the guy say, give it up, give it up. He was like, give it up, Joey. And then all I heard was gunshots. I'm just there so complicated. I'm waiting for a woman, and then I closed the window with the chair, ran out, called 911.
Okay. Did you ever see who was inside?
No. Was too scared to even go up there.
Anything you can think of, maybe? Anybody we could start thinking of?
No.
Okay.
I don't want to try to catch you.
I'm a hunter. I'm gonna figure this out. Okay. At this point, we have no idea who was the potential shooter. It could have been a robbery that went bad, but why empty the clip like that? We're still at square one.
The next day.
Hey, this is Detective Cleveland with Gwinnett County Police.
The team follows up on a message from a tipster.
You said you had some information you thought may help us out?
Yeah, trees were talking. They were saying it was this guy they called Los, and they called him Carlos. His real name is Charles.
What else do you know about Charles?
He said he's always hanging out up at this Chevron.
Okay. If you hear anything else, let us know.
Alright. Head over to the gas station. This gas station is known to have a lot of problems with people loitering and causing trouble. I just want to see if they have any records on anyone named Charles. How y'all doing? How are you? Do you keep a stack of your criminal trespasses? Can I check them out? Thanks, sir. So we have one guy named Charles, black male, a little older, so we'll see. Bakoti Charles. They call him Low. He's got quite a variety.
34-year-old Charles Bacote has several prior convictions, including battery and carrying a weapon without a license.
It's a stretch, but at least it's something more to look at.
Then,
Detective Fullness.
another tipster calls in.
Now, look, I don't know everything, but I'm 100% sure those big believe it.
In the Mobile homicide of 21-year-old Jessica Newcomb, Detective Jermaine Rogers hopes her friend sought to kill her. Lights are off. It's pretty darkening. No. Okay.
What was it she's using to contact people?
Back page.
Do they call and give them a heads up, like, hey, I'm on my way?
Usually, she gets a call or a text, and then someone shows up.
Okay.
You've been out to the...
Rogers hands off Jessica's phone to the tech team in hopes of figuring out who contacted her before the murder.
Hopefully our tech guys can get into.
She's a female. She's by herself. She's dealing a lot of cash, meeting strange men that she has no idea what they're capable of doing. And it puts her in a very vulnerable situation.
While they wait to get into Jessica's recent contacts,
The call came out at 9:44.
surveillance video from the hotel comes in.
I was gonna get a good look at this guy.
Oh, there we go. Knocks on the door.
Yeah.
He doesn't seem like he's panicking. He's not running.
So how long you stay in there?
6 minutes. Look at those shiny glasses.
Can't really see his face.
No. See if I can catch him on another floor. He's gotta be around here somewhere. He just left. Couldn't just disappear, man. Man, we haven't leaving on any of the cameras. That's crazy.
Let's see if he's leaving through the back parking lot.
Less than a minute after the murder.
His car leaves at 9:45.
This may just be the murderer.
Car's kind of unique. Missing hubcap. Can't wait to put hands on this guy. She didn't deserve to have a life taken. Period. 21 years old and lose your life the way she did is, I mean, it's horrible. And also, she had a 5-year-old son, and that's even worse. One way or another, we're gonna catch this coward. And we're gonna do it before this baby drops. If she don't come tonight.
So is there any news with the baby? I mean, what's going on?
They asked if she wanted to be induced on Friday if she doesn't go into labor. She said no, she wanted just to come natural.
Go ahead and sign for him, keep it yesterday.
Alright.
One day into the investigation, Rogers gets access to Jessica's phone.
Hell yeah. So we have here yesterday. She had a missed call at 9:21. Text message. This guy says, I want to come see you. She says, okay, I'll give you my room number when you get here. And that's at 9:26. He said he's here at 9:33. So this is
There's no other texts around that time, is there?
no other text. The next phone call was to 911.
Got a name in there?
Just a number. I'm hard about to beat out my chest, man.
In the Gwinnett County murder of Joseph Love, detectives just received a second tip saying the killer is a man called Los.
I'm sure that was the artist Los did that.
Okay. How familiar are you with Los? Okay. You gonna be cool if we roll over there, like right now?
Yeah, sure.
Alright. Thanks, babe. I have a new best friend. Hi there, bro. Have a seat. How are you doing? This is Detective Cleveland. I'm Detective Cooley. So, let's just go over it.
I was like, partner, pull it.
He says yesterday, before Joe's murder, he was at his apartment just down the street.
And then here comes Los, hustling, out of breath. Early on, he busts in, then he pulls out his gun. Cause he crazy like that.
But he lived by that gun.
Now, so he comes to the door, he's panting. What's the first thing he says?
I got the on up out of here. He says Los used his phone to call for a ride out of the neighborhood.
Okay. So what does he say after he's saying, I gotta get out of here?
He's like, I need to smoke. What do you need? I'm like, bro, I don't know why I smoke. He's like, you start out, go get the weed, and don't go to Joe. The client like, you can't go to Joe. And why? Because Joe is dead. And so he tell us don't go to Joe, then Joe pop up dead. Like, that's suspicious.
What happened after that? So before yesterday, when was the last time you saw Los?
2 weeks ago. Me and Los walked down to Joe's spot. He says he and Los went to Joe's apartment to buy weed. As soon as the dude see Los, he like, oh no, we close for him. I had a feeling like Joe just don't want to serve him.
Did Los seem pissed off?
Oh yeah, you seem pretty pissed.
You got some pictures here.
They show the witness a photo of Charles Bacote.
Oh, turn the light on. That's his ass right there. That's Carlo.
He confirms that Charles Bacote is Los.
Is there anything else you can think of that might help us out?
You go back a few months, he shot up a car with a dude in it.
Oh, really?
Bruh, this dude out here robbing and killing for nothing. So when y'all come for him, y'all gonna have to come, because he don't give a
Excuse me. I am pretty sure that it was Los who shot Joe, but it's all just speculation at this point. We have no hard proof connecting him to it. We're just gonna have to keep digging. This is Detective Coolness.
As the first 48 slips away, Joe's family calls.
Y'all got Los's name, got an ID, and we really want to know why he killed her.
Nobody has told me they know for sure that Los killed Joe. Nobody has said they've seen him run from the house. We have things we need to do to connect him to it.
The streets do talk.
And I understand the streets talk, but I can't take the streets onto the stand. I'll keep following up, but we're not there yet.
Okay.
All right, bye. It's hard to make them understand that it needs to just be more than, well, I heard from somebody.
In the first 48, Gwinnett County Homicide responded to the murder of 42-year-old Joseph Love. Received a tip that the suspected shooter is known as Los. Identified Los as 34-year-old Charles Bacote. Spoke to a witness who saw Bacote with a gun moments after the shooting, but need more evidence to charge him.
Wear your running shoes tomorrow, because we're hitting these streets. Hit them hard. I'm taking Coolness with Gwinnett Police.
Detectives canvass the neighborhood,
What's up, man?
hoping to uncover a witness.
Anything else you've been hearing Los is responsible for?
Murder of Joe?
Where'd you hear it?
I don't know.
What do you know about this Los guy?
You got an interview with that?
Have you heard anyone saying they know for a fact Carlos did this?
No.
Thank you. Nobody is saying where their information is coming from. Nobody is saying much of anything to the point where I can get warrants. I can't get this guy off the streets right now.
With her case at a standstill,
One of our witnesses mentioned that Los was involved in another shooting. That shooting victim survived. We're going to talk to him and see if he says Los was the shooter. If he does, we can bring Los in for that ag assault. can I talk to you about a couple of things real quick? Alright. And I'll just check the coolness, okay? We've been talking to some people and they said that you might have been in a car when you got shot up. What happened?
I told you. I didn't see all the way back. He says a couple of months ago, he was sitting in the car when a man walked up and opened fire. Like 6 or 7 shots.
Did you see anybody when this all happened?
In the murder of Jessica Newcomb, Mobile Homicide hopes the phone number used to set up a meeting with her will lead them to the killer.
The phone comes back to Frederick Emil Knight Jr.
27-year-old Frederick Knight Jr. has no prior convictions.
We got an address for him?
Just Pritchard.
We're gonna see if we can find Freddy.
The phone comes back to Frederick Knight. However, that alone isn't necessarily enough for us. We still need to talk to him and see if he puts himself on the scene there.
That's the house right there.
You wanna hit that backside?
Hey, Frederick here?
What's wrong?
Tell Frederick to come outside.
You need to get him to the door right now. What is wrong?
Step outside and we'll talk about it.
I'm not gonna step outside.
Go get him and bring him to the door right now. Where is he? You know, can you go get him? Hey, get on your knees, son. Get on your knees. Get on your knees. Get him out going to the house. Anybody else inside that house?
Man, just got on board, man. What's going on, man?
What's your name?
Fred.
What's your last name, Fred?
Knight.
Inside, officers find a .40 caliber pistol.
The vehicle matches the vehicle we saw on video. You can tell that front tire, the hubcap is zip tied on there. It obviously has a problem staying on that vehicle.
Walk me through yesterday morning. Did you go to work?
Yes, sir.
What time you went to work yesterday?
It was about 9:30.
Did you go anywhere before?
Yes, sir.
Well, here's the thing, man. We know you're not telling us the complete truth, all right? You went somewhere else yesterday. Your opportunity to tell us exactly what happened and why it happened.
If I tell you the truth, like, I don't think you'll believe me.
And that's the only thing you can do. So just start from the beginning.
No. It started like, nigga, I know you about your, people like, it's this chick. She's like, my ex or whatever. And they her like, I want some service. And she was like, cool. They told me I was going, come home.
Where did you meet her at?
At the room.
In the hotel room?
Yes, sir. I got there, she was like, well, you got the money.
He claims Jessica asked him to pay $60.
And I was like, I got $40, and then I stand for it. And I can pay the rest of the pills. She like, this cool. And then, like, she served me and stuff. I paid her.
And then I got her the pills. And I was like, okay, let me get my money.
But I thought you and her agreed you would have $40 and some pills.
Yes.
So why were you asking for the money?
Because the pills were more than, like the rest of the money I was supposed to get. And she went giving the money, and we got an argument, and she pulled out a knife. I was like, chill out. Well, I don't want to hurt you, man, don't do that. So I pulled out my gun on her.
In Gwinnett County, detectives suspect Charles McCoat of murdering Joseph Love. Now, they hope the victim in an unrelated shooting will ID McCoat as the man who tried to kill him.
Did you see anybody when this all happened?
No.
No? Alright. Thank you, sir. I think he's lying, but self-preservation. Two of his friends just showed up. What's up, guys? Who shot up the car?
No, we were. That's my thing. Last shooting in the door.
Okay. What are the last couple of shootings in here?
Detectives get a name for a homeless man who was also allegedly shot by Los.
Thank you, sir. Hopefully we can figure out if Los really shot him. That would help us out.
I think that would be huge.
One week later, Coolness has made contact with the victim from the laundromat shooting.
I just need him to come forward and be honest about what happened. That's him. What's going on? I'm Detective Coolness. People have been talking about your incident and who might have shot you. Tell me about what happened.
He says the shooter was aiming at someone else when one of the bullets ricocheted and struck him in the leg.
Okay, do you know who shot you?
Carlos.
Okay, so did you see this guy, Carlos? Now who's that?
Sir.
Did you know Joe?
I know him.
Yeah,
Yes, if this kid described.
it does. He's confident Los was the one who shot him. It's going to be something that we can move forward with and getting warrants against him, getting him off the street, but also bringing him in for an interview.
Three weeks later,
Okay, love you, bye. Los was picked up.
patrol responded to an unrelated domestic dispute at McCoat's mother's house and took him into custody.
Alright, man, what's going on? Alright. We're just hearing a lot of going around about the kind of person you are. And I would rather hear what you have to say than letting other people tell it. All I'm trying to do is get your side of the story, okay?
I got it.
Charles' current charge at this time is an ag assault. Alright, man, you ready? We're going to take the evidence from the shooting of the guy in the car, in addition to shooting the guy in the leg outside the laundromat, and from Joe's murder, and send it over to the DA's office. We'll see. Hello?
Hey, Shannon,
What's up?
got some good news for you. the grand jury decided to indict the Joseph Love case, 2 ag assault counts and felony murder.
Well, this is cool. Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
All right, we'll talk to you soon.
All right, take care.
Bye. We had some circumstantial evidence to put the coat in the area with the gun immediately after the shooting of Joseph Love. We have him in the same area committing 2 other ag assaults, so that helped the indictment. Hopefully this will bring some closure to the family. One year after Joe's murder.
They took somebody that was really important. And we're left with these children who are having to go day to day without it.
We talk about them every day and look at pictures. We listen to his music.
You're happy. I listen to his music. Say we love you, Dad. Love you, Daddy. Sing Daddy the
In the Mobile murder of Jessica Newcomb, suspect Frederick Knight Jr. just admitted to pulling a gun on her.
Then she got tried to grab it and just went.
And then what did you do after that?
I left.
The other problem with everything is there's no knife in it.
I know. I threw the knife off of the overpass.
Come on, man. Why would you do that?
Because I was scared, man.
And where's the pills at?
The pills got left there.
Did he shoot you the money back?
No, sir.
So you left the pills and you left the money?
Yeah.
Like, I'm straight up, you lying to both of us.
I'm not lying to you, man.
The money wasn't in the room, okay?
What about the other chick?
So where is it? She didn't have it.
Hey, look, man, I ain't trying to get with you, but like, I'm telling you, like, that's exactly what happened.
He pretty much broke down, said he shot this girl, and said that he was there.
33 hours into the first 48, Detective Rogers closes his case.
Frederick, we charged him with robbery first and murder. I believe Freddie thought that it was gonna be an easy robbery, but this girl, she put up a fight. She refused. You're not getting my money. Today we got justice for Jessica, and that was good. And we got that before my daughter is born. So overall, today was a good day.
What happened, man?
Do you need to save Jessica's family? You want to talk about what happened in the hotel room?
Robert?
Did you know her?
What about your family?
I pray every night she would come back from heaven and play with me again. Every day. That won't happen.
When we found out, it broke the family down.
but we came together. We supported each other. And to the person that took her life, she almost destroyed a loving, wonderful family. But you did. You only let Jesse go home early.
Lana, you know who that is? That's her baby sister. Paris Alea Rogers. Newest of the Rogers family. My job deal with death. And to see my daughter born, everybody celebrate life. A lot of people take life for granted.
They all shook hands. Everybody gets up and shook hands. They said a few more words together, which I can't recall. They also said in Sicilian.
But did you know what they meant?
Well, I never asked what it meant. I never did ask what it meant, but it meant like sort of in the style of an organization or, you know, not style, but you don't bother. I didn't bother. I never did bother.
You never did what?
I never bothered to find out what it meant, but I had an idea what it meant.
Well, you had an idea. What was your idea?
All tied up. Oh, we're all tied up.
All together.
All together.
All together.
Right.
Sing together, hang together, live together.
Right.
Valachi's revelations explained why this secret organization had managed to remain hidden for so long. Anyone who squealed would pay the ultimate price. Fear had preserved the silence for 30 years. Now, Valachi had broken that silence forever.
Senator, can I say something, Senator?
Yeah.
As to what I'm telling you now, I need to go no further to say nothing else. This is what I'm telling you, what I'm exposing to you and the press and everybody. This is my truth. This is the promise I'm breaking. That even if I talk, I should never talk about this, and I'm doing it.
The mob, of course, was horrified. And, you know, in the past, they have been able to reach people in prison and kill them. And they thought somehow if they offered enough money, somebody would be willing to try to bump them on.
With Genovese's contract of $100,000 hanging over Valachi's head, there were now real fears of a direct attack on the Senate hearings.
What can you tell us about this threat, Jim?
Well, over the weekend we received information from the FBI that their information was to the effect that the bomb would be placed in the room this morning, and also that there might be one or seven persons here with guns who would attempt to assassinate the witness.
And what precautions have you taken?
I don't think we ought to talk
How about Mr. Valachi? Did you tell him about it?
No, we didn't.
Well, there was supposedly a report that somebody's going to try to shoot you or put a bomb in here or something. Where does it start?
What do you think about the Yankees and the Dodgers the other day?
I don't know anything about it. How do you feel about it? I might feel, I'm in the same position from the beginning. I'm hot from the beginning. You understand what I mean? Don't make any difference.
Most of Valachi's testimony was devoted to tracing the hierarchy of the American mafia. Valachi explained to the Senate committee how the smooth-working mafia organization of today evolved from the warring street gangs and power struggles of the early 1900s. Valachi took the committee back to a meeting in 1931 when Sicilian boss Salvatore Maranzano took control of the New York mafia. Valachi told how Maranzano laid out his grand plan to an audience of 400 mobsters. That the gangs of New York would now be organized into 5 families to control the boroughs of the Bronx, Brooklyn, Manhattan, Queens, and Staten Island. Valachi told how Maranzano had declared himself the absolute ruler. He would be the boss of all bosses, and if anyone disagreed, they would be killed. Valachi then explained how one man did disagree. And he revealed how Charles Lucky Luciano had Maranzano executed. Luciano then introduced a more democratic form of leadership. He eliminated the boss of all bosses and created the Commission, effectively a board of directors to resolve mafia disputes. And this led to an era of peace, cooperation, and prosperity. Valachi then named the present leaders of the 5 New York families. Vito Genovese, Carlo Gambino, Giuseppe Magliocco, Joseph Bonanno, and Gaetano Lucchesi. These are the men, Valachi told the committee, who run a huge web of organized crime in the city, involving gambling, prostitution, loan sharking, narcotics, and the infiltration of the mafia into legitimate businesses.
About how many soldiers would usually be under a boss?
Well, Vito Genovese has about 450.
450?
In and around that.
450?
About 450. Could be even 500.
Valachi then revealed the names of over 130 members of the Genovese crime family and identified members of all the other New York families, claiming to know 289 mafiosi. All was laid out for the committee on 5 huge family charts.
I think what Valachi did was explain what the FBI had and didn't know they had. Frequently, people in the mob and in other areas of criminal activity know others by nicknames. They may know their faces, but they don't know their actual name. To the extent that we now had law enforcement had their actual names, we probably learned that for the first time. But other than that, I think Valachi's testimony pretty much stands on its own, and it has been proven accurate over time.
Those that you have been able to identify in the 5 families, you have marked with stars up on these charts.
Right. The others that are not on the chart, you know them by aliases, you didn't know their other names. Right. And therefore, you didn't undertake to name them. Right. Except that you could give their real name along with their alias. Right. Very well.
He was the one who exposed it all. The families, the names of the people, the levels of authority, starting with the capo di tutti i capi down to the soldier.
But there were some critics skeptical of Valachi's testimonies. believing that as a foot soldier, he wouldn't have been privileged to any information relating to Cosa Nostra's inner circle.
I think it is a mistake to think of a soldier as being a low-level figure. They're not. They are serious people within the mob. The only people above the soldier in direct line of authority is the capo and the boss. So the soldier is a person high up in the mob, by very nature of being admitted to the mob. They are given mob secrets. They are told about what has occurred. They need to know who other people are within the mob because they're free to cross anybody who's outside the mob, but no one who's in the mob. And so they tend to know a great deal.
Valachi used his testimony to get back at Genovese.
I think you might have just gone. Digress just a moment to tell how much power, how much authority the boss, like Genovese, has over the family, over the soldier members like you.
Senator, I happen to know Vito's power. He not only has the power in our family, he also controls the power in Gavina family. And the Laquiza family.
In other words, his word becomes law. That makes it
Right,
easy.
right.
Can he and does he pass out death sentences?
Well, he passes them out, then they tell you, well, he was a rat, he was this, they tell you anything they want to tell you.
He passes them out.
Right.
You know that of your own knowledge.
That is for sure.
Valachi's testimony was a goldmine. He confirmed Cosa Nostra was the mafia. He revealed the names of the bosses and their soldiers. He explained their structure, their rituals and secrets. He exposed their bloody history. Above all, Valachi's testimony gave the FBI the targets and led to a change in priorities. By 1963, the FBI's New York office had increased the number of its agents specializing in organized crime from 4 to 140. The following year, the FBI used hidden microphones to record Teamsters union boss Jimmy Hoffa in a series of exchanges with the Detroit Mafia. He was jailed for 8 years. For the FBI, electronic surveillance was the future for cracking down on organized crime.
I remember as a young agent, as a young organized crime agent in the early 1970s, that all over the country we did wiretaps of the interstate gambling operations that flourished and were controlled by the mafia. We made thousands of arrests and broke up hundreds of large gambling combines in an effort to choke off the flow of one of their great sources of money.
Thanks to Valachi's revelations, the FBI's campaign against the mafia progressed to a new level. Critically, for Attorney General Robert Kennedy, it was just the beginning.
The disclosures of Joseph Valachi and of others with knowledge of criminal operations in various parts of the country have helped to give us unprecedented understanding of how these operations work.
Valachi was the first really important cog in bringing down and destroying, or at least wounding the mafia in America. Without him, it might have taken another 15, 20 years, because there were no defectors. Even though he was low-ranking, he still knew enough to sensationalize his story and to get the public really alerted and warned about the threat of the mafia.
As for Joe Valachi, he was returned to the relative comfort of the District of Columbia Jail in Washington, where he had been kept during the hearings. Robert Kennedy, ever shrewd, believed Valachi had a lot more to offer.
Bobby Kennedy realized that there was a gold mine. So what he did was say, why don't you write your memoir, everything you can remember about the mafia?
Over 13 months, Valachi painstakingly produced more than 300,000 words on notepads from his cell in Washington. He had been there from the very beginning of the modern mafia, and it was a unique day-by-day portrayal over a 30-year period of his life as a hitman. But for someone who had very little schooling, Valachi's memoir was no literary masterpiece.
It's unprintable, it's unpublishable, it's unreadable probably.
Kennedy called for a ghostwriter.
The Justice Department got a writer, Peter Mass, to sit down, use the memoir, and also discuss Valachi's life with him.
This was to form a book which the Justice Department hoped would encourage other informers to come forward. During this period, the department started making plans to reward Valachi for his cooperation, and were even thinking of sending him somewhere to relax in the sun.
Bobby Kennedy had some wild scheme that maybe he could find a girlfriend or bring Valachi's wife and put him on some desert island where he could live out the rest of his life. That was impossible. And he still had a sentence for murdering that fellow convict, the wrong man.
But killing the wrong man wasn't the only thing stopping him going to a desert island. The Italian-American newspaper, Il Progresso, had got hold of Valachi's manuscript and was outraged. It printed a virulent editorial against the forthcoming book, saying it was perpetuating the kind of image of criminality associated with the many Italian names in Valachi's testimony. This snowballed into a massive surge from pressure groups proclaiming it would slur all Italian Americans. Their campaign was successful. The White House stepped in and halted its publication. Overnight, everything changed for Valachi. He was told the whole thing was off and was hauled out of his Washington comfort zone and transported back into the harsh federal prison system. He was placed in a small cold cell in Macon, where he was to spend the rest of his sentence in solitary confinement. Valachi despaired. On the morning of April the 11th, 1966, he took the mains lead from his radio and stepped into a shower cubicle. showerhead was unable to hold Valachi's weight, and he was found collapsed and barely alive on the floor by a guard soon afterwards. The Justice Department realized that they had to look after their prize witness better.
They took him out of the unpleasant northern prisons. They sent him to what they considered the best place for him, a place called La Tuna, near the Mexican border in Texas. And they gave him a suite where he had a kitchenette and he had a better, more comfortable bed. They tried to make life as convenient and comfortable as possible. Whenever the Justice Department now gets a real top-notch defector, they send him to what is called the Valachi suite.
In 1968, and 5 years after he had given away the mafia's secrets to the world, Valachi finally got to read the book based on his life. It was called The Valachi Papers, and it became a bestseller. Valachi never received a penny from it. The book was turned into a feature film in 1972. Valachi was played by Charles Bronson. The real Joe Valachi died of a heart attack in 1971 at La Tuna Federal Correctional Institution in Texas. He outlived his mafia boss, Vito Genovese, by 2 years. The $100,000 bounty placed on Valachi's head by Genovese was never collected. This is a story of missed opportunities, of how New York's finest repeatedly failed to snare the mafia's most bloodthirsty killer, Roy DeMeo.
What Henry Ford was to automobile industry, Roy was to killing. He streamlined it, he organized it, and he killed with efficiency.
In the 1970s, DeMeo embarked, unchecked, on a murder spree.
So when Roy killed you, your body was not found.
His victims may have numbered as many as 200 people.
Roy DeMeo was as guilty as any serial killer. Not only did he kill them, he cut their bodies up and detained them in their humanity forever.
People would be killed because they happen to accompany a target.
If you look up the word evil in the dictionary, his picture would be there.
The big question is, why didn't the police and the FBI stop Roy DeMeo sooner? In 1975, detectives working for the New York Organized Crime Squad made a gruesome discovery. It was a quiet Sunday in Queens. Here, in an alleyway behind the Pantry Pride meat market, the police discovered the remains of a young adult male, stuffed in various garbage bags. The victim was Andre Katz, a small-time criminal.
Andre Katz was a car thief, a very, very good car thief. And he was supplying cars to body and fender places. and he was supplying cars to used car lots.
Katz came from what was then a dangerous part of town, the Canarsie district of Brooklyn. During the 1970s, Canarsie was the city's car crime epicenter. It was infamous for its body shops, garages, and salvage yards. Back then, many of the garages were so-called chop shops, specializing in cannibalizing stolen cars for the parts. But as the discovery of Katz's body showed, somebody had been chopping up more than just cars. No one would realize then that this gruesome discovery was the first clue in one of the most shocking crime sprees ever, begun by one of the mafia's most bloody murderers, Roy DeMeo. Roy DeMeo's life could have been very different. His mother had wanted him to be a doctor. An uncle was a big shot prosecutor. Another was a forensic scientist. But Roy DeMeo never showed such promise. After a start as a delivery boy and part-time apprentice butcher, he finally settled on a life of crime instead. By the late 1960s, Roy DeMeo was doing well for himself in his chosen career. He was a successful street thug and racketeer. But DeMeo wanted more. He yearned to become a made man, a fully paid-up member of a mafia crime family. And soon, he got what he had always wanted. One day, he received a call. Somebody was looking for a meeting. The call came from this house. It was the home of Nino Gaggi. Gaggi was a mafia captain in the infamous Gambino crime family of New York.
He was brought into the operation by Nino Gaggi, and Nino Gaggi worked for Paul Castellano, who was the head of the Gambino family.
The Gambinos were the most powerful of the 5 crime families that ran the New York underworld. For DeMeo, it was an honor. A meeting with Nino Gaggi could be the first step on the path to becoming made. Gaggi placed DeMeo on the first rung of the mafia ladder. He was made an associate, working in partnership with Nino on various schemes to increase each other's wealth. DeMeo's business interests were a perfect match. Loan sharking, gambling, theft. The honeymoon started well. DeMeo expanded his loan shark book. And soon, Roy DeMeo was doing what any mafia boss wants. He was making lots and lots of money. But DeMeo was more than just a loan shark. He was an entrepreneur.
I've confirmed that you have. You've taken an interest in other guys, and it hurts. I'm jealous. I told you I was already done. You're not listening. There is evidence that you are stalking me.
So give me a word. Take me home. You pick him.
I didn't do shit to her. What are you talking about?
On May 19, 2020, at exactly 11:06 a.m., a distressing 911 call was received by the Kenosha County Sheriff's Office.
Kenosha 911 with the address of emergency. So I was doing a wellness check on a good friend of mine that I was dating, and I found it weird because I haven't talked to him for like 24 hours, and I just went to his house and his screen door is wide open, and I just pulled the were you able to see inside? Yeah, I pulled the blinds back, and there's blood all over the floor in the living room, and I didn't do it all anywhere. I didn't go any further. Oh my God. I'm sorry. Something's not right. That's not normal.
Patrol officers were first to arrive at 3709 15th Street in Kenosha, Wisconsin. They were met by Sadie Beecham, the same woman who had called 911. Sadie told them that this was the residence of 40-year-old Rosalio Gutierrez, her new romantic partner. She had met Rosalio through Facebook's online dating feature a few months earlier. The last time she heard from him was a text message that he had sent 2 days before, on the evening of May 17th. Saying that he had planned on stopping by a friend's house. After 2 days of radio silence, she decided to check up on him to make sure he was okay. When she arrived, she noticed that both of his vehicles were parked in the driveway, and that the patio door was wide open. She called for Rosalio, but he did not answer. She then peered through the door and noticed a large pool of blood on the living room carpet. She immediately dialed 911. When asked if there was anyone she knew who would want to hurt Rosalio, she outed her ex of 12 years and father of her children, 41-year-old Zachariah Anderson. The two had been broken up for 6 months, and Zach had been stalking her ever since. Once Sadie provided her statement to the police, the officers then proceeded to enter the house through the patio door. There was blood all over the room, even on the ceiling. While inspecting the blood on the carpet, investigators noticed that the stain was oddly shaped. Right in the center, where the carpet should be the most saturated, there was no blood. Detectives considered the possibility that the victim's body might have been wrapped in an area rug and then carried out of the residence. There were no apparent signs of a forced entry and no valuables missing from the home, suggesting that this was not a burglary, but rather a personal attack. Police made efforts to track down Rosalio's phone, but it appeared to be turned off. Additionally, there had been no recent transactions recorded on Rosalio's bank cards. At around 4:30 p.m. on May 19th, the same day that Rosalio was reported missing, Sadie was brought to the Kenosha County Sheriff's Office for an interview. Sadie explained that when she told her daughter Olivia that Rosalio was missing, her immediate reaction was to divulge several shady secrets about her father, Zach.
She's 12, and she kept saying, Mom, I know stuff, Mom. And I'm just like,
She wouldn't tell you that?
please wait. Well, she told me about the registration. She told me about the videotaping. She told me to change my password. She told me that he hacked into her school computer. She told me, he can hack. And she told me on the drive here that he can pick locks. She's very narcissistic.
Yeah.
Manipulative.
A good example of Zach being manipulative occurred on Olivia's 12th birthday, just 2 months earlier. On that day, Zach told Olivia that he had a surprise for her and told her to get in the car. He then took her to a vantage point outside of Sadie's house and told her to look in the window. To Olivia's surprise, another man, who she would later know to be Rosalio, was in the house. Zach then said, "Watch this." He exited the vehicle, went up to Rosalio's truck, broke in, and stole his vehicle registration. The day after this incident, Zach told Sadie he was having premonitions that she was seeing another man.
At some point, he rattled off his name. He was like, oh, I see, something, Rosalio Gutierrez. Yeah, that's his name, that's it. He's Mexican, and he described him perfectly. He was telling me that he had all these premonitions of me, the visions, that he didn't actually videotape me, but he had visions that this was happening, and this usually happens in a breakup, he said.
And this was at the birthday party?
This was after Olivia left and we were outside talking, yeah.
Eventually, Olivia told Sadie about the late-night trip to spy on her and Rosalio.
She's like, you should probably tell your friend to do something because Dad took his registration out of his truck. And I'm like, what? And she's like, yeah. I'm like, how do you know? She's like, because I saw it, and he's not planning on giving it back. He said he was gonna maybe have him followed for fun or something like that. So then I told Rosario, but now he knows where you live. He was like, well, he's like, I'll just probably keep my doors locked.
Sadie spent the rest of this interview giving multiple in-depth anecdotes of Zach's controlling behavior, including a time that he recruited Olivia for an espionage operation against her mother.
We all went over to my friend Becky's house. As we were leaving, I lifted up the blanket and I find the burner phone next to Olivia. And I'm like, what are you doing with that phone? And she's like, well, you're not supposed to know that I have it. And I'm like, why? What? And she's like, well, Dad wanted me to record you. I'm like, doing what? She's like, anytime you got upset or you yelled or anything, he wanted me to record you. He's trying to take us from you, Mom. I'm like, okay.
At this point, Olivia was allowed to enter the room to see her mom.
Sweet, but baby.
Why don't we call Dad? Because he needs me to check in with him every day. And what if there's like background noise that we can hear something? No, but it's a good idea because then if someone is in the background, then you can hear like them going, or if you can hear them scream or something.
I don't think Dad is a sweetheart.
Very good things.
Don't. I think you're in the right anymore.
That's good.
We have more than enough to charge stalking, okay? And I think we should proceed with that.
Is there a way that I could call my father? I mean, like, not investigating anything, but like, to see if like you could hear anything in the background of it?
Yeah, we're not gonna,
Like that.
we're not gonna do that right now. I know you are. That's your mom hug, huh? Yeah.
Following this interview, authorities arrested and charged Zach for stalking and harassment, as well as coercing a minor. They confiscated his phone and he was brought into the interrogation room for questioning.
So, we're investigating a case of stalking, involving your children's mother, Sadie. Sure. All right, so that's what we want to talk to you about. Okay. Can you kind of tell me what's going on, what's up with your guys' relationship, what's been happening, going on?
Zach told the detectives that Sadie had always been a great partner and mother up until about 6 months ago. Out of nowhere, she became a wild card, going out to bars, making major accusations against Zach, and dating a plethora of random men. He then admitted to going over to her house one night and personally seeing her with one of these men.
Okay, how did you know there was someone else there?
From the share of her feeling when I talked to her, you know.
Who was it?
Huh?
Who was it?
Some Mexican guy.
Do you take pictures?
No.
You take video?
No.
Take audio recording?
No.
Nothing.
No, so you had the same bullshit accusations. No, I did it. You hear? Nothing. I heard that. I mean, saw them laughing, saw them, you know, doing their thing or whatever the hell. And okay. They had the music on and they're doing whatever they do.
The detectives started confronting Zach with some of the claims Olivia and Sadie made about him, but he seemed to have an answer for everything, even making his own accusations against Sadie.
Sadie was slapped in the face, did this when she was young. She stands the boys up against the wall and hits them on their arms and legs, so it looks like they're fighting and stuff like that. And then she calls me and she's got the boys in the background. How we getting hit by Mom? And I'm like, I'm not hitting them, I'm not taking the blankets away at night. If I feel like this is out, just you know.
What does this whole thing have to do with putting a cell phone somewhere that night?
So what happens is, I get one of my old phones so she can record what's going on, so I have some evidence, and then we have, so yes, there are cell phones, but I didn't put a cell phone anywhere for that purpose. I gave it to my daughter to record when she's being abused, or when the boys are being abused. As far as her stories or what's going on, I'm not hacking her cell phone, I'm not hacking her email, I'm not hacking her shit, I'm not stalking her. There's some things that I check. I would love to catch her, you know, getting high with her boyfriend just so I could say to the court, I deserve custody of my kids because this is how she spends 3 days a week. My kids shouldn't be taken to the bar, and it's just a bloody mess, you know?
As Zach worked to paint Sadie as an abuser and his own daughter as a pathological liar, the detectives felt that his claims weren't adding up. They then asked him to recount his activity over the past 48 hours, a question he seemed to struggle with.
I'm tired as fuck, man, and you're asking me, and I'm trying to not blur the days.
You remember everything in detail for the last 4 months, dude?
No, I don't remember everything. I remember some things. I remember the gist of things more than anything. I'm not a detailed guy. I write things down, you know, keep a little journal and shit. But where's that? It's on my computer. What computer is it? The Apple, notebook, iPad, things like that. I don't know what the fuck you be doing for my journal on my computer. I'd be happy to show you, I'd be happy to send it to you or whatever, but it's almost like a threat about the computer, and that's peculiar. Dude, give me a lawyer. Take me home. You pick it. This is crazy. This is fucking nuts. I didn't do shit. I don't know what you want from me. This is crazy. I don't think I crossed any fucking lines.
Alright. What's gonna happen is they're also gonna take you over across the street. 48 hours, you'll have preliminary hearing
For what? I didn't do shit to her. What are you talking
That's
about?
what's happening tonight.
This is fucking bananas, you guys.
All right.
For stalking, get the fuck out of here. What the fuck?
Following this interrogation, officers went through Zach's phone and quickly discovered conversations between him and Sadie that were recorded without her knowledge or consent.
I just told you, it hurts. I'm jealous. I've confirmed that you've taken an interest in other guys, and I've painfully enough, I've already done it. Yep.
I told you I was.
Yep, you're done. Great. And the guy that stole the mother of my child. Yep.
Steal anything,
Yeah, all right.
and I wasn't yours to fucking steal. Wasn't yours to steal.
You're not listening to me.
Everything that you are fucking stalking me.
I'm not stalking you.
You're dead. Here, in the middle of the fucking night. You're violent to me.
Along with this audio recording, they also found a video from the night that he and Olivia saw Sadie and Rosalio together.
You take pictures? No. You take video? No.
Zach had blatantly lied to the detectives about taking this video. If he was willing to lie about this, perhaps he was willing to lie about having Rosalio's belongings as well. Authorities were able to obtain a search warrant for Zach's property in Mequon, Wisconsin, which was executed on May 21st, 2020. A still smoldering fire pit was found on the property with burnt pieces of clothing, bleach bottles, and a pair of boots inside. While it's possible that these items belonged to Rosalio, there was no blood or DNA found on them, so there was no way to connect them to the crime. Zach's minivan was also discovered on the property. Upon inspecting the interior, they immediately noticed the smell of bleach, and that a section of the carpet from the back of the vehicle had been cut out. Also, on the rear door post, they found a minuscule speck of what appeared to be blood. Additionally, on the floor at the front of the vehicle was a Walmart receipt which indicated the purchase of several items the morning after Rosalio's disappearance. These items included several personal hygiene products, 3 cans of sardines, 2 packages of hefty 13-gallon garbage bags, 2 boxes of latex gloves, and 2 containers of Clorox bleach wipes. The minivan was also transported to the Wisconsin State Crime Lab for forensic analysis. While investigators awaited the results, they visited the Walmart location found on the receipt. The store's surveillance footage confirmed that Zach had visited the Walmart during the early morning hours of May 18th. This footage shows Zach arriving at the store around 8 a.m. He is then seen walking up and down the aisles collecting the items from the receipt. After making his purchase with cash, he is seen exiting the building and running a stop sign as he drives away from the parking lot. Using Zach's cell phone GPS data, police confirmed that he traveled from the Walmart to a work site in the village of Cedar Grove, where he spent 3 hours working. Apparently, after that, all they know is that Zach claims to have stayed at his new girlfriend's house that night. His whereabouts between Cedar Grove and his girlfriend's house during this gap was unknown. Coincidentally, his work site is about 5 miles away from a tree farm that his family owns in Random Lake, Wisconsin. Investigators suspected that this is where Zach went after working in Cedar Grove, potentially to bury Rosalio's body. This led police to obtain another search warrant, this time for the tree farm property. In order to thoroughly search such a large property, authorities brought in a plethora of reinforcements, including a K-9 unit, ATVs, the FBI, and drones. The dogs were quickly able to find another burn pit, and inside this burn pit were bone remnants. Unfortunately, this wasn't the bombshell evidence that investigators initially thought. The bones were examined and turned out to be the remains of a pig. Although the search team had hit a dead end, the crime lab was hard at work, and on May 29, 2020, the results were in. The results confirmed that the blood at Rosalio's home and the speck in Zach's vehicle matched Rosalio's DNA profile. This was a major breakthrough for the investigation, but without a body, prosecuting Zach would be especially difficult. So, police continued their investigation over the next 7 months, making a disturbing discovery along the way. On Zach's laptop, they found a folder labeled Rosalio Gutierrez. This folder contained photos of Rosalio, screenshots of online court records about him, photos of his business information, and electronic maps of his residence. With the mounting evidence against Zach, authorities felt confident proceeding with murder charges against him. On December 11, 2020, Zachariah Anderson was charged with the murder of Rosalio Gutierrez. Zach spent just over 2 years in prison leading up to his trial, and on February 28, 2023, his trial began. The prosecution came out swinging, delivering a captivating opening statement that told the jury exactly why they believed Zach was a calculated killer. They focused on Zach's controlling behavior, his history of manipulating his own daughter, and his obsession with Rosalia. On the other hand, the defense argued that the prosecution was portraying Zach as the bad guy, relying on weak evidence and withholding important details in order to support their narrative. They reminded the jury that there was a very limited amount of substantial evidence. There was no body, no weapon, no fingerprints, no witnesses, and ultimately no way to directly tie Zach to Rosalio's death. They also suggested that the investigation was botched because detectives honed in on Zach the entire time, instead of investigating several other reasonable leads. After the opening statements, the prosecution called a man named Marquand Washington, a fellow inmate of Zach's, who claimed that Zach had actually confessed to him.
I was laying there and I was reading my book and I heard him shout in his sleep before he woke himself up.
And what did he shout that you heard?
He said, "Die, die, die, motherfucker." I told him to look me in my eyes and tell me that you didn't do it. And he jumped down from the bed and he looked me in my eyes and he said, "I did it." He said, "That's the reason I have the nightmares. I'm unable to sleep at night because I think about it all the time."
At some point, what nickname did you hear people address the defendant with occasionally?
A lot of times people would say Houdini or Zach Houdini or, just telling me about who my cellie was.
And did the defendant talk about why people were calling him Houdini and describe, what that was about to you?
Yes, he said they called him Houdini because of his case, basically because he made a body disappear, they say, and everybody called him Houdini because of it.
What did the defendant tell you about how he committed the case that he's charged with and what the circumstances were?
He said that he had seen this person and he said he stabbed him and he blacked out. He said he stabbed him, and I just blacked out. And he said he eventually wrapped the body up in garbage bags and got rid of the trash. He threw the trash out. And I asked him, what did he mean by that? And I said, what, like dumpster or trash? And he said, once it's gone, it's gone.
Why would he end this person's life?
He said to get back at his kid's mother. He was angry with a bunch of different things, but he said she kind of bragged about this other guy and that she was happy. He didn't really want his kids around that.
As compelling as Marquand's story was, the defense suggested that he was only testifying against Zach in order to reduce his sentence.
You agreed to provide substantial assistance to the government, and then they decide whether or not it's substantial, right?
I believe so.
And then they decide if it is substantial in their view, that they will file a motion with the court to go below the mandatory minimum, right?
Well, I believe so.
And unless they file that motion, you're going to get 10 years, right?
I believe so.
So any cooperation you provide, whether it's a debrief from agents or testimony in live court, it better be happy, it better make the government happy, or they're not going to file that motion, right?
I believe so.
After shining a light on Marquand's potentially deceptive testimony, the prosecution then called Zach's daughter Olivia to the stand. Due to being a minor, the cameras did not capture her statement, but the audio was still rolling. Many people watching this trial were sympathetic for a young girl in such traumatic circumstances, but there were multiple moments in her testimony that nearly led to a mistrial. For example, during a line of questioning about a gun that Zach owned, Olivia lashed out at the defense.
I don't handle guns like that.
You said guns like that. What do you
Meaning, I don't know. Meaning, I'm not familiar with guns like that, but I can tell you there was one.
What color was it?
Black.
Was it long, short? Can you describe it to hands?
It was short. It wasn't It was probably a pistol of some sort. I'm not sure.
Okay, where did you see it?
It was at the Mequon house.
So you say that this unregistered gun is in California to law enforcement. Up until today, did you ever say anything about this gun being in Wisconsin?
When I talked about this gun, there were other traumatic events going on in my life, so this isn't. I'm trying not to defend it. It's what happened. It's legitimately what happened. Like, there were other things going on, and this isn't something that's related even to this situation.
But if you
It's
listen,
not.
I'm not, don't take this as a scolding, I'm saying, listen carefully to the question and just try to answer just the question. And if there's more to be gone into, the lawyers will usually cover it.
I was threatened with that gun, for your information.
It was later clarified to the jury that Olivia's claim of being threatened with the gun was in no way related to the case and was to be disregarded. The trial took place over 16 days, and both the prosecution and the defense put forth very compelling arguments. The prosecution would stick to their guns and state that the speck of blood found in Zach's vehicle was more than enough evidence to throw Zach away. On the other hand, the defense would challenge the state's experts, pointing out that the so-called speck of blood was not even confirmed to be blood. The sample was so small that the crime lab chose not to do any tests to determine the kind of human tissue it was. Put simply, the only piece of physical evidence that the prosecution was grasping onto was not reliable. On March 20th, 2023, the trial concluded and the jury was sent to deliberate. After just 2 days, a verdict was reached.
In the matter, State of Wisconsin versus Zachariah Joseph Anderson, as in the first count of the information, we, the jury, find the defendant, Zachariah Anderson, guilty of assaulting Stephen Beecham as charged. As to the second count of the information, we, the jury, find the defendant, Zachariah Anderson, guilty of stalking Rolando Gutierrez as charged. As to the third count of the information, we, the jury, find the defendant, Zachariah Anderson, guilty of intentional homicide or first degree as charged. As to the fourth count of the information, we, the jury, find the defendant, Zachariah Anderson, guilty of hiding in force as charged.
Zachariah Anderson was found guilty on all counts. On May 16, 2023, he received his sentence.
It is the sentence of the court that your custody be committed to the Department of Corrections for confinement in the Wisconsin state prisons for the remainder of your life. This sentence is consecutive to and not concurrent with the sentences on the other 3 counts.
While the majority of people tuning into this trial were happy with the outcome, there is a considerable amount of people who sincerely believe that Zach is innocent. For example, here is an excerpt from freezachariahanderson.org. His guilty verdict was a true miscarriage of justice created by a multi-layer system of failures, including a false accusation, a poor police investigation jaded by confirmation bias, a corrupt district attorney, a media campaign to taint the potential jury pool, a judge unfit to stand trial, and a handful of witnesses willing to perjure themselves for their own gain. Zachariah Anderson is currently appealing his conviction. He resides in the Department of Corrections, Wisconsin State Prison. The Kenosha Police Department continues to look for the remains of Rosalio Gutierrez. As of today, there is a $10,000 reward for anybody who helps find him.
To wash myself to make sure that I did. And while I was in the shower, wiped my apartment for prints. Actually poked his head in the bathroom to let me know that he was leaving. Told me to lock the door to keep people like him out. I knew there was a house full of college students, all guys, across the street. And so I grabbed a knife from my kitchen, went across the street, knocked on the guy's door, told them what happened. They sat with me and let me use their phone to call the police. And they stayed with me through the whole thing.
Columbus police converge on Diana's neighborhood and immediately recognize the work of the Linden area rapist. A man who has eluded authorities for 13 years. A man whose luck is about to run out. Rena Clarkson is a forensic scientist working for the Columbus Police Crime Lab. The first thing she does on Monday mornings is check with a woman who runs the lab's CODIS system. Each weekend, the computer processes any new entries into the databank and compares them against unknown rape profiles. On Monday, June 7th, the administrator finds a red star beside the unknown DNA profile pulled from the Linden rapes. A series of at least 19 attacks stretching over 13 years.
This is the 3138 in the convicted offender profile, matching the 3138 in the unknown sample.
For Rena Clarkson, the forensic hunt is over. The identity of the Linden rapist seemingly established to a scientific certainty.
This match was a match all 13 loci that we look at, as well as the amylogenin, which is the sex of the sample, which is the best match that you can get.
The profile belongs to Robert Patton, a name Detective John Weeks is unfamiliar with.
He's a convicted felon who's been in prison in 1995. He entered Ohio prison systems.
Upon his release in 2001, Patton was required to provide a saliva sample for DNA testing. Unfortunately, that sample sat in a backlog for 3 years.
So he's been stockpiled somewhere for some reasons that beyond me to explain. And it had never been taken and processed and entered into that indexing system until 2004.
In the meantime, Robert Patton continued to rape women.
I believe it's just a failure, not advising law enforcement agencies that yes, we're swabbing your suspects, but we're not running the test from the swabs. And that was never given to us. And that's the failure of the system.
Detectives now put their frustrations aside. With a warrant in hand, they pull Patton off the streets and sit him down for some Q&A.
I mean, I'm not going to dispute any of them, okay? Well, some of you are you, without a doubt. Okay, well, I mean, maybe all of us. I'm not even talking about the burglars, I'm talking about the other races. Or this was felt for some of these other race cars.
That night, Patton hops in a van with detectives and leads them on a tour of a 17-year career in crime. And detectives discover that Robert Patton's penchant for rape is far beyond anything they have ever imagined.
Took us to 69 locations, and of those, 39 were the rapes and 30 of them were burglaries. And the list that we were looking at and working from primarily was 17 known rapes.
During the drive around town, Patton has graduated from terrorizing women in Columbus, Ohio, to one of this country's most prolific serial rapists, eventually being linked to at least 37 sexual assaults. Weeks deposits him in a jail cell and prepares a long list of charges.
When he walked into the courtroom, the first thing he said was, let's get this party started. And he's got this smile on his face, he's smirking, and the judge asks him, how do you plead? And he smiles and says, guilty as charged.
In his first court appearance, Robert Patton has not changed his story a bit. Still fully cooperative and willing to plead guilty to the Linden rapes. The next time he appears in court, however, Patton is singing a different tune.
He said, well, I'm not going to plead anything. I want my trial and I want it today.
Despite Patton's confessions, Jonas must now prepare for a trial. 7 months later, jury selection is underway when Patton suffers another change of heart. He pleads guilty to 58 counts of robbery and 76 counts of rape and assault, and demands the judge give him a lot of years in jail time.
At one point he said 50 years isn't enough. So the judge, after hearing that he wanted more than 50 years, granted his request to give him 68. I've never had a defendant ask for more time and actually get it from the judge.
On March 21st, Don Bennett responds to a call about the body of a young woman lying on top of a grave. The woman has been shot twice in the head.
Her face was bloody. Blood had run down the left side of her face and had dried. Beside the blood, dried blood on her face, it was very obvious there was a silk stocking tied very tightly around her neck, like a garrote that she'd probably been strangled with. The fact that her garments were pulled up, exposing her genitalia, would tell you that maybe there might have been an attempt at assault or rape. We didn't know at the time.
Next to the body lies a suitcase and a jumble of women's clothes.
She just obviously did not just walk in here. She was carried and put in here. Then everything she had with her was obviously put beside her and then covered up and left that way.
Bennett goes with the body to the morgue. No semen or other evidence of sexual assault is found. The victim is identified as Jane Mixer, a University of Michigan law student, reported missing the day before. In 1969, murder in Ann Arbor was a rather common commodity, with Jane Mixer, the third young woman, found dead near the university.
Although she was shot, she would still have the pantyhose wrapped around her neck. So of course that was what happened to the prior one. So of course that would sort of lead you to believe it was the same person.
By midsummer, the death toll stood at 7. Speculation aside, the only thing they know for sure, the investigation is fresh out of leads. Jane Mixer's murder goes cold, is packed away in the archives of the Michigan State Police, and largely forgotten until 30 years later, when the science of DNA resurrects the case and raises more questions than answers.
This envelope contains the pantyhose that were on Jane Mixer's body at the time she was found.
The victim's pantyhose are of special interest to Schroeder.
We felt quite strongly that the offender's DNA could have been embedded into the weave of that due to the fact that he'd obviously had to pick her up to transport her.
Schroeder packs up the pantyhose along with several other items and sends them to the state crime lab in Lansing.
We'll use this light source in order to scan the item of evidence and see if anything stands out against the background. There were 4 areas on the nylon pantyhose from Jane Mixer. Visibly, you could see that there was a stain present in the mesh of the nylon.
Milligan believes the stains to be sweat or mucus, most likely sloughed off the killer's hands as he carried Mixer's body. Milligan isolates the stains and extracts human DNA.
3 of the stains gave a full profile. They were the same profile, so they had the same types. They indicated the presence of a male donor.
Milligan then turns to a second piece of evidence, a spot of blood found on Jane Mixer's hand. Detectives assumed the blood belonged to the victim. DNA testing, however, yields an unexpected result, a second male profile.
There was no information other than we had 2 distinct profiles of 2 different male donors associated with the items of evidence that came from Jane Mixer.
In November of 2002, the 2 profiles are loaded into the National DNA Database and run against millions of violent offenders. A year later, one of them hits.
I got a 911 page from the lab, so I called down to the lab to find out what was going on.
The blood found on Jane Mixer's hand in 1969 has been matched to John David Rulis, a man doing time for murdering his own mother.
We thought, well, this is outstanding. We've got someone who's in prison for a violent crime. So, we got all excited about that for about 20 seconds.
The excitement fades when Schroeder learns that John David Rulis was born in 1964.
It's obvious pretty quick that he was only 4 years old and 8 months at the time Jane Mixer was murdered. Surprised would be somewhat of an understatement, I think.
The Mixer case remains a mystery until 8 months later, when Detective Schroeder takes a second call from the DNA lab. and identifies another suspect.
I don't know that we ever actually sat down and said, this is the guy and this is the day. This was just an opportunity for us to talk. I mean, it was the logical next step. We got to talk to the person who deposited the DNA.
Gary Leiterman is front and center in a 35-year-old cold case. Cold case detectives don't want to talk about Leiterman's neighbors. They want to know how his DNA wound up on the pantyhose of a murdered co-ed named Jane Mixer.
I may have met this person in a chance encounter. I don't remember her specifically. I don't remember the face. I can remember having, on one or two occasions, a sexual encounter with women that I met at bars.
You know, my biggest thought at that point is Jane Mixer wasn't at a bar. She wasn't out for the night bar hopping. I mean, she had a suitcase full of clothes. She had clothes on a hanger. She was going home to tell her family about her engagement to her fiance.
The DNA, where it's at, how it is, directly put you there. You didn't meet her in a bar.
I have nothing to do with this girl and her being killed and left here. I have nothing to do with that.
We're basically accusing this man of murdering a 23-year-old girl. We didn't get any type of the normal response that you would expect to see from someone who's being accused of a crime of that nature.
So you haven't told us how your DNA got there. For some reason, you don't want to talk to us about what occurred.
What this interview did for us was tell us that there is no innocent explanation for his DNA to be on her. And I feel like we covered every base we could in this interview.
Do what you have to do.
Gary Leiterman is arrested and charged with first-degree murder. As the state prepares for trial, however, problems arise.
It was certainly frustrating. I mean, we would have liked to have been able to present evidence to the jury to say, you know, here's why John Rulis's blood was on Jane Mixer.
Although Rulis was 4 years old at the time Jane Mixer was murdered, DNA testing shows a drop of his blood was found on the victim's hand.
Well, it was something that needed to be explained. It was something that needed to be investigated, find out if there was a problem. That was the responsible thing to do.
The first possibility, lab contamination. Hiller forensic team.
We were pretty defensive, I'd say. And we are so cautious on how we process everything in the laboratory.
Jeff Nye learns that evidence from Rulis's own murder case was in the crime lab during the same month that Mixer's evidence was processed. On the surface, anyway, the potential for contamination seems to grow.
I was asked to investigate the two cases together to determine if there was any crossing of paths between the two cases in the laboratory. So basically what I would do is come to the file room and grab all the files associated with each case.
The two cases were processed by different analysts at different workstations, nearly a month apart, making cross-contamination, in the state's opinion, highly unlikely.
They're stored on opposite sides of the property room, and all the evidence that comes in the laboratory is sealed, so there's no issue there on the fact that they came unsealed and DNA just magically crossed from one side of the room to the other.
I have never seen a case that has so much reasonable doubt.
After 2 weeks of testimony, the case goes to the jury, which deliberates for 5 hours, then finds Leiterman guilty of murder in the first degree. Steve Keston served on the jury.
The main point of disagreement was how to handle John Rulis' blood draw, if it was his.
Despite the DNA report, Keston never believed the stain belonged to Rulis.
I personally don't think so. I think that was Jane Mixer's blood. My personal opinion is that there may have been a mix-up in the lab, and that's how that drop of blood was associated with John Rulis.
Gary Leiterman is sentenced to a term of life without parole. No explanation, however, has ever surfaced as to how or why John Rulis's blood made its way into the Mixer crime scene.
Every 90 seconds, someone is reported missing. Many return to their families. For others, something has gone seriously wrong. A young mother has vanished.
Jan's really strong. It was puzzling. How can you just disappear and go missing?
No one knew where she was, not just family, but friends and associates. Nothing.
A chance encounter breaks open the case.
She'd given him around about £1,400 over a period of time.
What happens in the police investigation that follows?
2 officers there, one of them got the crowbar out of the van, broke open the lock.
What happens to the family at its heart?
I'll never get this out of my head. Jan's kids crying and just cuddling each other.
When missing turns to murder.
Me and Jan grew up together from a very young age. She was known by quite a few names. Her real name, Turkish name, is Mirjam, but she didn't really like that name. A lot of people used to call her Mary Jane because it was easier to pronounce as well, or MJ, or most of us called her Jan. We had a really good upbringing together. We had a lot of fun. We'd go clubbing, we'd hire out venues and functions and do our own parties. Jan was a street dancer, so she'd also teach kids street dance as well. When we was growing up, Jan was always really lively, bubbly, always happy, really loud. You'd hear her before you saw her. She enjoyed life. She was very, very independent, very proud of anything that she done. We just had a lot of fun as teenagers.
But even the closest of families drift apart.
Around early 30s, we started losing touch. She just met her new partner. So, like you do when you get a new partner, you just focus on your relationship. And Jan was pregnant with a little girl at the time. So she was busy doing everything. I had other stuff going on. So we just drifted apart and lost touch.
With young children and busy lives, time passes.
And then 6 years later, May 2018, I was flicking on Facebook one day. I come across the missing persons poster. I couldn't believe it. I was so shocked. I was like, why is she missing? What's happened? Is she okay? It was just a panic. You just don't know what to react, don't know what to do. I contacted her sister Mel that had put the poster up, and I said, like, what should we do? She'd already contacted Missing Persons. They were the ones who supplied the poster.
So the first time I heard of the Mary Jane Mustafa case was by the police. So the police contacted us to assist with publicity, but also with a request to support the family.
Mary Jane Mustafa was a constant family person, and then everything stopped. And the concern grew and grew and grew. And after a few days, it became apparent that no one knew where she was, not just family, but friends and associates. And that's why, quite rightly, she was reported missing by her family.
We offered to be there and to support the family, not only through our publicity, but also emotional support through that process in whatever way that we can.
Because Jan went by different names, we changed a few of the posters to different names. Jan lost quite a lot of weight from the time that I'd known her. She was about 5 stone around the time that she went missing, so some of the pictures didn't look like her anymore. So we tried to get 5 or 6 different photos for people to recognise her. And then we would go out daily.
From the minute that Mary Jane Mustafa was reported missing, the family were
already doing their own investigation.
Because I've not seen Jan for 6 years, I was looking for the Jan that I knew, the healthy Jan, bubbly, lively, would stick up for herself, wouldn't take nothing. Even if she's got attacked, Jan's really strong, she could deal with it. So for me, it was puzzling what had actually happened to her. Like, how can you just disappear and go missing? So as the weeks went on, I started to learn what had happened to Jan in the 6 years that I didn't see her. Jan was a working mum and had her own place. Around the time she had a letter to say that her housing benefit had stopped. Jan had a little bit of learning difficulties. Sometimes she wouldn't understand. She was too busy working, she was busy with the kids. She was very independent, she wouldn't ask for help, so the letters started piling up and piling up. Jan ended up getting evicted from her house at Upstate Park, and she ended up having to move in with her mum and her children in Custom House in Kenny Town. Not a very nice area. She was depressed and stressed because she was always independent. So having this life living on your own as a working mum, to having to move in with your mum and the kids, she found that really hard. Jan used to love to write, she loved poems, so a lot of her life we learned from her diaries. There's probably about 20-30 diaries that we found, and they were everywhere, and they were year by year. Jan had spiralled out of control. She ended up getting onto the drugs. She ended up getting addicted, and her diaries were all a cry for help. I want to go rehab. I look in the mirror and I don't like who I see. She was so vulnerable.
Mary Jane had somewhat of a chaotic lifestyle. She was quite vulnerable. She had got herself in with some bad people over the years, and drugs became part of her life.
Family was telling me what they'd gone through with Jan, trying to get her into rehab. She'd collapse, they'd have to take her into hospital. She'd get better, then she'd mix with her friends again. It would just go over and over and over again.
But one of the things that remained constant with her was her contact with her family, even though this other part of her life was a little bit out of control. When all of a sudden everything stopped. When Mary Jane Stafford was reported missing, it was difficult because no one knew where Mary Jane had actually gone missing from. There was a transient part of her lifestyle where she might stay with somebody one time and stay with somebody another time. And so it became difficult, I think, at that particular point to understand, well, where was she last seen?
We ended up setting up the Missing Persons Facebook page, which we shared on community pages, and then I print up posters and post them out to people to share in their area. I contacted New and Recorder, who put Jan on the front page of the paper. They'd put a lot of their stuff online. Any sightings that we got, they'd share. They helped a lot with the investigation. They were amazing. Missing Persons started advertising Jan's posters on billboards, bus stops and stuff like that as well.
We also had our social media publicity, digital boards, which are the huge digital faces that you see out and about, and the Big Issue, who work in conjunction with us and sometimes show some missing appeals.
The experiences we went through, we really had good and bad. The people in Whitechapel were absolutely amazing, really went out their way to help us. Mel would go out some evenings when I wasn't about. She'd be looking in tents under the homeless arches and park benches, and we would put ourselves in a lot of danger.
family that is doing their own investigation and finding bits and pieces out, hearing rumours, often speaking to so many people, visiting so many areas, that was exactly the case of Mary Jane's experience.
Mary Jane's sister Mel, cousin Aisha, and Mary Jane's family search for her. Takes them all over the country.
There was a sighting that came up in Cardiff. From the video that we saw, it really, really did look like Jan from the back. So Mel went down to Cardiff that evening, but 2-3 days they were there. The girl never came back. We had another one from Brighton. Again, it wasn't Jan. One morning, when I checked my Facebook account, I had a message saying that there was a sighting in Victoria Station the night before. I went around the train station, there was pubs there, there was just anywhere I could really around the area. Everyone that I've spoken to, no one had spotted this girl in the picture that I was showing. It was a really long, tiring day. Just made our way home with no joy. And then a few days later, the lady contacted me. She'd seen the lady again and sent me a picture. It wasn't her. It didn't look nothing like her. It was actually a really old lady. So it was quite disappointing. We would always ring the police first and let them know what we found. Police were always negative. They would say to us, "You're looking too much into it." And we're like, "But if it's a sighting, whether it's her or not, you have to go and check." They wouldn't.
They're doing everything they can. They want the police to do more.
Family were feeding information back into the police. I think they became frustrated that nothing was coming of that. It's very difficult at that point where the police are investigating missing people to say, look, it appears that what the information you told is not necessarily true. That can become frustrating. Where you need to think about it is following the facts, not rumours and everything else. You can try and investigate something to see if that rumour actually is true, but if you can't prove it, it's not a fact at that point. And that's frustrating for families that are giving information, doing so much like Mary Jane's family were.
The police investigation was consistent really with what happens when any adult goes missing. They will put in some inquiries, but this person could have left of their own free will. It is just unfortunately not the same as a child going missing, and therefore they do not get the same resources.
Sitting within an investigation unit of missing persons, maybe 30 or 40 people, 60 perhaps, who are in the same boat as Mary Jane was. And that's always a problem because you don't have 60 officers to investigate. You might have 2, 3, 4, 5. So when you start to look at the ratio of how many people are investigating that many missing people, and then there might be high risk one comes in and everybody goes towards that.
I always say to people now that I speak to, if your family member's missing, don't rely on anyone but yourself. It's only going to be you and your family and your friends that made this case as big as it was. No one else done that but us.
They were at their wits' end. Mary Jane's cousin, Aisha, was in tears. She just couldn't believe that there was no new information. Obviously the strain this was causing on other members of the family. Mary Jane's mother, her children, it's an extremely difficult time.
The sightings were all the way through the whole year. We'd get 2-3 months there was none, and then in 1 month we'd have like 5 or 6. So it was draining.
And after 10 months, there was no new information.
And all different things go in your head. Has she done this? Knowing all the people that she was hanging about with, did anyone kidnap her? Is it someone we know?
By this point, they were absolutely desperate, and there's a feeling that they would perhaps never find out what happened to Mary Jane, be it good or bad. They just wanted something.
police are contacted by a local woman about what appears to be an entirely unconnected issue.
There was a lady, a church going lady who had befriended a man, and she kind of saw a task to try and help him, and that unfortunately meant she was giving him money that he said was for travel to get him home or to help get somewhere to live, but really was to just help his lifestyle of drugs and everything else he was doing. She'd given him around about £1,400 over the period of time. And then one day she said, I want to meet you. And he'd already told her he wasn't very well, but she was demanding that he meet her and what are you doing? And, you know, I'm trying to help you here. And she goes to his flat. He wasn't there, he wasn't answering. And she called the police to say, well, this guy, he said he's not very well, I've been helping him, and he is now not answering his door. The officers reported back and said, well, there's not quite enough just yet, he might be out, might have not remembered. We'll keep it on file and we'll go back. They went back on the 27th of April, on Saturday. He hadn't spoken to the lady, he hadn't been seen by neighbours, they did a few inquiries. And so there was a concern, a heightened concern, which allows the officers the power to enter the flat by force. So officers decided to break into the flat. And they walk around the flat. It's very, very messy. It's very, very unhygienic as well. And there is one particular room on the right-hand side, essentially a cupboard. The officers see lots of stuff in front of it, they move it all out of the way, open the door, and there's a chest freezer. A padlocked chest freezer. So the two officers there, one of them got the crowbar out of the van, broke open the lock, and lifted the lid of that freezer.
I was coming home from work on the train, then just flicking on my phone on Facebook, and come across a newspaper article. I just thought, oh, customer, something's happened. I wonder what's happened down there.
Then Aisha gets a call from their missing persons family liaison officer.
He's like, oh, are you free to go to Mel's about 7 o'clock? Some police officers will be there to greet you both and they need to speak to you. I said, okay. I said, is everything all right? He was like, I can't really say anything more than that. I just need you to get there if you can. I said, yeah, that's fine. And I said, oh, why are you on the phone? I goes, have you ever seconded a customer? It ain't anything to do with that, is it? He said, I can't say. Well, as soon as he said that, you know straight away it's something to do with that. So straight away, I've called Mel and I was like, are you all right? And she's like, yeah. I said, I'm coming down. She went, well, what's happened? And I said, we're going to get police visiting us. So Mel just literally burst out crying. I tried to calm her down on the phone. And then I'm trying to get back as quickly as I can on the train and bus.
The two police officers went to that flat. They broke into the flat, looking for somebody that might be unwell. Broke into that freezer when the officer saw what he believed to be a human foot. And then everything changed. Their training kicks in, and it's very, very simple instruction at that point. Get out and preserve the scene. And then they will seal that area up. And then radioing through to the control room, we believe we found a body in a freezer. What's called a homicide assessment team car is sent down to 50 Van Dam Close to make their own assessment as experienced homicide detectives. And then the call would come back to me to say, yeah, we've got something here and clearly it looks like a murder.
And then two police officers that we've never seen before, we don't know who they are, nothing to do with the missing persons investigation at all. Quite high up. I was like, oh, must be important if they're like really big people.
And it's very important to understand the scene yourself. When you talk about the scenes when senior officers and other people that want to know what's happening. And so I went down to the scene inside the flat and looked around and just tried to get a general assessment myself. And it did look chaotic. Somebody who didn't really care much for hygiene, lots of things thrown and scattered around. There was quite a number of female items lying around. The odd handbag or purse or something else which had a female connotation to it.
They've told us that there's been a discovery at Bandon Close. Some of Jan's personal belongings have been found at the flat, including a black leather handbag with her medication. And the date of her medication was April 2018. That was the time that Jan had gone missing. We just broke down in tears. We're cuddling two strangers that we don't even know. Is this her? Maybe it's not. Maybe just someone nicked her bag. Maybe they don't know who these people are. They don't know nothing. All they've found is belongings. So let's not worry. Wipe your tears. Spoke. Let's just not look too much into it for the minute.
Now, led by Senior Investigating Officer Simon Harding, the investigation into the murder is rapidly gathering pace.
We already knew that it was a lone male occupant. The foot looked female and that sounds sort of audible, kind of feminine looking. So you could build on that intelligence to look at your missing persons database between the person that owns the flat to anybody in that database that's missing. Time, there wasn't. It was just a list of a number of females missing, but no link to the resident of that flat.
It's already clear this is going to be a very complex case.
The crime scene itself has the freezer inside it, and you don't just run in and take the freezer and then see what happens. You need to understand how it got in there, who brought it in there. At that time, all you could see was essentially 1 foot and a big white towel that was on top. And everything was frozen. So a lot of examination will be done whilst that freezer is in situ. Fingerprints, DNA, obviously lots of photographs before moving that freezer out. So taking that freezer out was a very meticulous process, a very forensically aware process to make sure that no damage was caused, and obviously with as much dignity as you could afford a person in there. Once taken out, it goes off to a mortuary, and the particular mortuary it went to has the ability to x-ray that freezer to see what we are looking at.
Aisha and Mel realise there's a connection between Jan and the Cannington flat.
Jan was staying with a friend across the road. She's never mentioned this flat. So let's go and see where this flat is. Let's go to where Jan was staying before she'd gone missing. So we popped in, and Zahid's name came up for the first time ever.
You're trying to understand who this person is who resides in the flat. And then we understand it's somebody called Zahid Yunus. So what do we know about Zahid Yunus at the time? Well, quite a lot. He was known to the police, and known to the police quite a lot through his life. He was a registered sex offender.
Aisha and Mel speak to the lady who Mary Jane lived with in the flat opposite.
She's like, yeah, I think she might have met him here at my flat one day, and they've got talking. it's like, she's been missing for 1 year. Why did you never ever mention that while she was staying with you, she'd met this man? He's not your normal man.
A significant part of his character was violence. He was a trained boxer and would use that against his partners, and every single one of them suffered in some way the most extreme domestic abuse that you can see.
This guy is a sex offender. He's a rapist. He's an abuser.
A number of his victims had broken ribs down the left-hand side because, as a right-handed 6'4" big man who could box, he would punch his victims.
Hearing all of this, you're thinking, if he's done this to this girls, has he done that to Jan? But then we don't even know if it is Jan. We still don't know nothing. Still, so all these feelings, it's getting too much now. It's starting to get really hard. It's like we're hearing too much that we don't want to hear. Yeah, it's starting to get harder.
In the mortuary, the freezer is x-rayed. The image reveals a shocking surprise.
And then I had that phone call to say, boss, you won't believe this, but there's another body underneath. There is another body inside that freezer. Now 2 people. You're now looking at somebody who is incredibly dangerous, somebody who is going towards a serial killer and needs to be found as quickly as possible. So that manhunt is now on for him. I've had officers everywhere looking for him, and in particular his brother's house, where we knew he'd been a couple of days before, and so they were there waiting. Zahid Yunus was seen to come out of his brother's address and get into a waiting cab. Officers swooped on him very, very quickly. He wasn't compliant, he tried to fight. Violent man, 6'4", trained in boxing, but there was enough officers there to restrain him and arrest him on suspicion of the double murder. At that point, he said something to the officers, which was quite unusual. He said, "It's my house, it's my problem, no one else is involved."
Yunus is in custody, and he's not happy.
Zahid Yunus is brought into custody, and part of that process is to interview him. And one of the things that we did notice straight away about him was the officers interviewing some were female. A female was essentially in charge of him at that point. He didn't like it. How dare you put a female in on me?
Police believe they have their man in custody, but they've got a difficult situation on their hands.
When somebody is arrested, brought into custody, certainly in a case of murder, we don't want them walking out again. And so we need evidence to get a charge for murder. We haven't even got to that stage within those couple of days where we could start post-mortem on the 2 bodies. And that is what we need to then have a cause of death. So many, many hours to explain the case and all the different circumstantial evidence we built up around the outside to get to that point where we could charge with something to keep him in custody, and that was preventing a lawful burial. It allowed us to remand him in custody, which would then give us more time to get to the point where we could identify how these people were killed, and is there any forensic link between Zahid Yunus and the 2 bodies.
With Yunus detained, the job of formally identifying the bodies in the freezer continues.
One of the biggest challenges was the 2 bodies inside the freezer. It was probably one of the most complex crime scenes you could have. The process of thawing those bodies out, not knowing who they were, took a long time. But eventually, over the course of many days, we had the ability then to start to separate and then begin to identify firstly who they were and then also how they died. One of the things that helped us was Mary Jane had a significant tattoo on her body, which we were able to match up against the records of her being a missing person. A tattoo is not a form of identification. We have to go that little bit further. The family were already there with us. They were already down at the scene. They believed that was Mary Jane before we identified because of the circumstances. We're in that stage of saying, look, I believe it is her, but we need to make it solid, factual. So DNA was taken from Mary Jane's family to match up against DNA of the body, and sadly that was then enough to identify the top body on the freezer as Mary Jane Mustafa.
It's now been confirmed that it's Jan. I just burst out crying. But I'm thinking, I can't cry, like, I need to get Mel out. So I've gone in to see Mel, and she could see that I was crying. She was like, are you alright? I was like, yeah, we need to go. She went, it's her, isn't it? I was like, no. She went, I can read you. She goes, I know your face. She goes, it's her, isn't it? I was like, yeah. She's flipped. Like, we need to just go. We need to go and tell Mum and the kids. I said to Mel, you go speak to Mum, you tell Mum, and I'm going to take the kids. And I took Jan's son and daughter into the bedroom. So she's telling her Mum, and I've told the kids. Never get this out of my head. Jan's kids crying and just cuddling each other and trying to comfort each other. So I just left them be. Jan's mum, she was just numb. And it's your daughter. Deep down, she probably knew it was her. But until it was confirmed, we was always in denial.
I went to see the family of Mary Jane Mustafa quite early on, only literally after we had the family liaison officer broken the news that we had confirmed that it was Mary Jane.
So Simon took over the case. Simon and his team have been our rock. They've been like family. They've been absolutely amazing. We couldn't have asked for anyone better.
Our investigation was helped quite a lot because the amount of investigation the family had done already on themselves. Aisha presented me with 2 huge files of documents and information, photographs and everything else. They were incredible in what they did, going out day and night in that initial phase of missing persons.
Just after hearing about Mary Jane, we were told that the second body was Henriette Such, and there was just a complete lack of information on her. This was someone whose disappearance was never reported. Mary Jane had relatives out looking for her. Henriette had none of that. She didn't even appear to have that many friends in the UK.
Henriette's family lives in Hungary.
Well, we travelled to Hungary to see that family to unfortunately break the news that it was Henriette in the bottom of the freezer.
The only person that we've ever had contact with that's linked to Henriette is Sonia from the Welcome Centre.
We first met Henriette in around 2014. Usually the women that come are quite chaotic in terms of, drug and alcohol and so forth. Henriette was a little bit different. She would come into the centre smiling. She was friendly with staff. She was friendly with other clients. She got on well with people.
She paints a beautiful picture of Henriette.
I'm looking at a picture
that Henriette drew for me. She used to draw quite a lot. It's quite a treasured memory of Henriette. She didn't have all of her documentation, so employment wasn't so easy for her. But one of her ambitions was to get her documentation, to get herself together and go out to work. We were just beginning to start that process with her. So the last time we saw Henriette, she told us that she had found somewhere to live.
Everything was happening for her. The biggest problem was that she'd met Zahi Yunus, and he stopped all that from happening. He took her into his world, made her vulnerable again. It's sad because she was at that point where she was trying to do something else.
Simon is determined to build a case that the Crown Prosecution Service will allow to go to trial.
With Zahi Yunus in custody, and indeed before he was arrested, the case is already starting to be built. The two bodies of Henriette and Mary Jane, both of them had sustained significant injuries on the left-hand side of their body with their ribs. There was no forensic evidence to say that Zahi Yunus was the one that did that, but what you could say in Zahi Yunus's past, all of his victims sustained similar injury, all around the left-hand side. And also on the pressure on the neck, strangulation, albeit it couldn't be given as a cause of death. Somebody with great physical force had caused that on Mary Jane. And the searching inside the flat showed that items belonging to Mary Jane and Henriette suits were inside. A fingerprint of Mary Jane was found on a cooker hood inside the kitchen. We could say that at the time that she was alive, Jean had touched a surface inside the flat. And then we look at the freezer itself. The box of the freezer was still lying inside the flat. We managed to identify where that freezer was purchased, and then that became suspicious because a false name was used, a false address was used. It was believed then that the reason that freezer was bought was to simply put Henriette suits inside that freezer because he had killed her. These are things that we would put towards the Crown Prosecution Service to say this is all facts and information we are finding out. Why would he do that? Look at his previous victims, and we build the case up around that.
Mary Jane's body had been identified, and then what followed for her family was months and months of not knowing whether this would go to trial as a murder trial, when they would travel to these court appearances, really diligently turning up. It meant that there were months and months of waiting for Mary Jane's family, which just prolonged the pain.
Obviously, we were trying to plan for Jan's funeral as well. In between court cases, we were trying to do that.
A real honour to be invited to the funeral of Mary Jane. That doesn't often happen for a journalist. I've formed that bond with Mary Jane's family.
Jan had such a beautiful funeral. She had horses, white doves, pink feathers, we loved pink.
It's a hugely emotional moment. Someone who was so massively loved, and a burial that was so befitting of someone that meant so much to so many people.
And yeah, it was beautiful. She had a really beautiful funeral. Henriette, the police ended up taking her ashes back to Hungary for the family. That was a really beautiful thing for them to do.
It took from April, when the two girls were found, to February the following year in 2020 to get enough circumstantial evidence, enough intelligence around Zahi Yunus to charge him with murder. Zahi Yunus faced trial at Southwark Crown Court in London, and the family knew he went to trial without a cause of death, and that is very, very difficult. You've got to convince a jury that without actually knowing how they died, that this person is responsible for their death. Henriette's family couldn't come over from Hungary. They weren't physically able to do that. And so they were represented by us, and Mary Jane's family were there for both girls.
Yeah, a horrendous moment for them, but there was relief that this trial was happening, that it had got to this stage.
And they were there throughout the whole thing. Aisha was there, Mel was there, more family members, always supporting, there every single day for every single minute.
During the trial, that's when we found out everything. Literally every detail was heard in court. And that was really hard.
Very, very difficult to sit through a trial, especially when you're hearing things that you haven't necessarily heard before, or you didn't want to hear before.
And then you've got Zahid coming in. You've seen this man for the first time face to face. You're going to stare at him. You can't take your eyes off him. He just stared at the family constantly.
Zahid Yunus in a suit and clean shirt, trying to say that I am a normal person. But it was within minutes that his personality came out, where he was rude to the female judge. Once again, sitting above him, challenging him with the authority, was a female. She put him straight back in his box again. But you could see straight away that his personality was there.
Two books were given to the jury, ourselves and Zahid. Injury books, images, photos, literally pages and pages of detailed injuries in them books. We saw that he'd broken the girl's ribs, he'd strangled them. And I'll never forget this, he would sit there with the books and he would look at them like it's a magazine, like it's just a newspaper, flicking the books, being disrespectful with the books, using it as a fan. He was holding these books like he was so proud of what he'd done.
He then gave an account for the first time. We're actually going to hear what he's going to say against all his enemies. With Henriette, he said that he didn't really know her that well. She kind of stayed at his place, and that he came back one day and she was lying on a sofa and he realised that she was dead. He said he spoke to a friend and said, "What should I do?" This friend said, "With your previous convictions, the police will think you've murdered her, so the best thing to do is buy a freezer and put her in it." And then 2 years later, the same person said that he needed to come round to another house where he saw the body of Mary Jane on the floor, and that he was blackmailed and told to put the body in the freezer with the other one. So he'd never met Mary Jane before. Well, we had the fingerprint of Mary Jane inside the flat. It was clear that all of what he was saying about not knowing them was completely untrue.
So, hearing everything we heard, seeing Zahid's behaviour towards the judge, being disrespectful to her and being told off.
All the information we had, we thought was presented really well. Zahid Yunus came up with a really implausible story about the two girls.
We're really, really confident. So we're thinking, the last couple of days, everything's done. Jury's gone out now.
But it's an agonising time because you want to do what is right for the family, and there's no other way but a conviction.
Next day we've come back thinking, I'll probably be done today. No. Next day. No. Next day. Next day. It was like every single day we're sitting all day. Why is it taking so long? Obviously there's some people that have decided he's not guilty. And at one point Simon said, "You know what, I don't think they're going to even get an outcome. We might have to do a retrial." And I was like, "What, start again?" He went, "Yeah."
It took them 5 days to come back. Having the family there going, Simon, why is it taking so long? Perhaps they don't believe us.
So they've stood up, blah blah blah.
You've got to trust in the process. Sit there with your hands clenched when they're giving a verdict.
Do you find the defendant guilty or not guilty? And they're guilty.
All the blood releases from the knuckles when they say guilty.
Mel shouted something out. Everyone's all excited and happy, he's been found guilty.
Rahid Yunus was convicted by a jury of the murder of Mary Jane Mustafa and Henriette Supes, sentenced to life with a minimum term of 38 years. A significant sentence. The first time that he can even ask to come out is at that 38th year.
Went and had drinks with the police to celebrate the outcome.
When the trial finishes, you think, did we do enough for that family? And I was immensely proud of the hard work that the team did to get Zahid Yunus convicted of those murders, especially when you don't have a cause of death.
It was like a relief, like a big weight off our shoulders. But because it's been non-stop. It's like, what do we do now? You don't want it to finish because while it's all going on, you still feel like you're helping Jan, you're still supporting her.
There is no such thing, in my opinion, as closure around these sort of things. It's just another stage of grief. But the work continues with the family. They still, now, years later, are working to support other families who have suffered at the hands of murderers.
So since the girls have passed away, we've always wanted to keep their memory alive.
And you can't imagine, really, as a family, to go from that missing through to that murder, through to the conviction, to then take it into a positivity, a legacy after everything else has finished.
And my passion is now to help others, and that's what I will do going forward. I saw Henriette's poems, and it's sad. It's just like Jan. The girls, they're so similar. It's all happy at the beginning and all positive, and then as the years go, they deteriorate. Both the girls experience similar things, but Mel always says the girls went together, so they both went to heaven together, and I think that's a beautiful way of thinking. They were never alone.
Every 90 seconds, someone is reported missing. Many return to their families. For others, something has gone seriously wrong. The sudden disappearance of a mother leaves a family baffled.
It was difficult to hear because she would have never left.
Girl stormed out of the house, jumped in her car and drove off.
Search warrants reveal answers.
Police discover marks in blood.
What happens in the police investigation that follows?
The police officer opens it and puts her hand in and feels something.
What happens to the family at its heart?
inside out. I'm dying inside because I just want to know where everyone was at that point. Guilt and, oh, it was horrible, it was horrific.
When missing turns to murder.
When I was growing up from a little girl, my mum was really supportive, took me to my dance classes. When I was 2.5, 3 years old, I started tapping jazz.
Even from an early age, Lorraine had firm ambitions for her life.
My mum and dad sitting like Cheshire cats because there's me dancing away, and I wanted to bottle that feeling up forever. When I was growing up from a little girl, my mum was really supportive, a feeling of being round her and her smell and her voice and feeling secure.
She was always eager to entertain her friends and family during the first steps of her career, especially Dad Sean, Brother Ross, and her mum, Carol.
She seemed proud of me back then and what I was achieving as a little dancer, happy in her life. And we got on really well when I was growing up. Growing up, the atmosphere in the house was typical hustle and bustle, my dad at work, my mum working. My mum was a childminder.
People spoke quite warmly of how much the kids enjoyed going to the nursery, and she seemed to be quite a well-known figure in the area.
Me and Ross growing up were actually very, very close. So we used to play Barbies and Ken and play in the garden together and do everything together, family holidays. He was always there, like the big brother. We bickered like you would any relationship.
Lorraine is accepted on a dance training course, so the family all moved to Dunfermline so she can attend. But at home, there are some bumps in the road.
My mum dealt with depression all her life, through things that happened in her childhood, etc.
But Carol's depression is not the only issue that starts to put a strain on the family unit.
Ross's employment history was never a good area. He was sacked from every line of work that he was in. My mum always favoured Ross, and if there was an argument she would side with him, but oh, he's a young boy, he's a teenager, let him live his life. He wasn't living his life. But as he got older, he changed in the sense of he was a womanizer. It was the way he spoke to women, the way he treated them. He wasn't a nice person. Arguments were happening in the house all the time because I'm getting sacked, because of girls, because of the messaging. He had no aspiration to go anywhere in life. What were you actually going to do? No, get up and go. So it was just an absolute mess in the house. It wasn't a nice place to be. When my dad left when I was 19 and moved out and they had to legally separate because they were never married.
Carol continues to live with son Ross in the family home. It's just the two of them.
Once I'd moved out of the house, the relationship was pretty broken by that point anyway, so we were trying to make it work as best we could. And it was very difficult because any time I did organise to do something, Mum, Ross was always there. So it kind of drifted apart.
Lorraine focuses on the next chapter of her life. She meets Steve, and quickly they fall in love, marry, and by late 2014, they have their first baby together.
We are out shopping. It was Christmas Eve, just in town, with our new baby, kind of showing him off as you do, with the pram and stuff. And I looked at my phone and there was a missed call from Ross.
Lorraine has been somewhat distant from her mum and brother since leaving to start her new family. But she calls back.
He said, Mum's missing. That was it. Wasn't it hello, how are you? It was, Mum's missing. What's happened? He's like, she's missing. He If you hear from her, let me know. I need to go. Bye. Well, that was the conversation. My stomach's churning at this point.
Ross has told police that his mother had driven off in her car, leaving her phone behind.
She was reported missing by her son, Ross. There were a number of circumstances that caused concern around her disappearance.
Can I note your son name, please?
Yes, Carter, C-A-T-T-A-R-T.
First name?
Ross.
And what's your mum's name?
Carol.
C-E-R-O-L.
Yeah.
Carter.
Yeah.
Right, so when she left the house, when did she the last year?
About 1 o'clock on Monday morning.
It was certainly totally out of character for her to go missing.
Lorraine tells her dad and meets police at home, who treat Carol's disappearance as a missing person.
They were just asking lots of questions. Do you know where she could have been? Has she got any friends? At this point, no, my mum didn't have any friends, but we're trying to rattle through anybody. Would she have walked out the house? I was like, no. Would she have left her phone in her bag? No.
She was somebody who was a law-abiding individual who didn't have an enemy in the world.
My mum would have never walked out her house. So the missing part was very, very strange to me. It was difficult to hear because she would have never left.
Police spend all day searching the local area, including the family caravan, some miles away.
They had a quick look at the caravan and it was immaculate. You know, there was nothing out of place or nothing that would cause them concern. But bear in mind, you know, the huge majority of missing people come up safe from there. There's no real red flags at that point.
We're having these conversations and we're trying to rattle through where she might have gone, and I was saying obviously our mum and dad's passed away, she'll maybe be up at the cemetery, and she doesn't go out on her own.
Police pull all their resources to locate Carol.
It's all done in, you know, maps, and the areas are shaded off when they've been complete, and it has to be done in that method to ensure you're searching the area properly. Areas of foliage, trees, woods, or whatever, where somebody might be found. It's very methodical.
Asking people to check their outbuildings or garden sheds, just a general missing persons inquiry.
Carol's son Ross helps police in their efforts.
Ross was outside trying to direct our search teams when they were searching the fields at the back. You know, like you see in the telly, searching through the undergrowth. Just approached them and said, I think we should try up here, pointing to another area. I appointed liaison officers who their sole purpose in the investigation was to liaise with the family and get as much information from them, which would assist us, but equally importantly, make the family aware of what we were doing to try and find her. There was information from Ross that they'd had an argument in the early hours in the morning and she disappeared.
Has there been any argument or?
That's the thing. Argument. She's been a bit defensive.
In the call, Ross says the reason that Carol has run off is that maybe her state of mind isn't what it should be, that she's depressed. In his words, she's a bit depressive. That she's told the doctor the previous week, I don't want to be here anymore.
The police are told about Carol's history of depression and mental health issues.
My problem is, she went to the doctor last week and she even told the doctor that she was feeling so, well, she didn't want to be here anymore, was the words she used.
We deal with missing persons, we classify them red, amber or green, or low, medium or high risk. But there's certainly enough for us to raise her, if you like, and move Carol to a sort of high risk missing person, which then allows us to do a lot more intrusive investigation around sort of sales analysis of the phone, looking at finances, see if we can evidence her using her bank account.
Finally, they find Carol's abandoned car in town, late on Christmas Eve.
Carol's car was found locally in a street which was of no real significance to the inquiry at the time. He took possession of that car, but what was significant to me was that her handbag and her keys were in the boot of the car.
At this point, the police start to think that something was seriously wrong, and there's more to this than just a missing persons case.
Her daughter Lorraine reported that she couldn't get her on her phone, and her phone was always by her side. She was never without her phone. Which raises that level of concern to a point where we would consider there's a possibility, at the very least, that harm has come to this lady.
Whilst most people are waiting to start their festivities, for Lorraine and her family, it's more alarming news.
It's about 7 o'clock, police knock. They said we found our car. I says, was our bag in the car? And it was, but it was in the boot. And my mum would get in the car, and it was always a black leather, and it went over here, and she would take the bag off and she would put it down like on the passenger side. It was always there. So she could get her medication or anything she needed. I says, why was our bag in the boot? And I don't know. Our bag was never in the boot. Because I was so adamant on these things, it triggered something in the police, but it was very, very odd. It was just sad because I wanted to enjoy my little boy's first Christmas. And like all the family came round because obviously he's the first grandchild and stuff. And Stephen was trying to be happy, and inside I'm dying inside because I just want to know where my mum was at that point. Guilt and oh, it was horrible, it was horrific.
Lorraine is desperate for answers, and her mum. Attention shifts to her half-brother.
I knew something was wrong. My issue missing, and I knew something else had something to do with it. Because the stories didn't tie in with what he was saying to the police, what the police were saying to me.
Ross Taggart might have appeared to the public to be the concerned son with the Facebook posts that he was doing, sharing the appeals.
Highlighting the fact his mum had been missing, and it was almost like an appeal for witnesses for anybody who may know of her whereabouts.
Ross visits the police station to press them on any developments with their search.
But to his family, this behaviour seemed very strange. If he was sending messages or whatever, he was replying with like one-word answers. So he was being very, very cagey, and this was something that certainly caught the attention of his family.
With heightened feelings amongst the family members, Keith Hardy can't jump to fast conclusions.
I direct the lines of inquiry, and it's imperative that you keep an open mind throughout that.
The police here wouldn't say there's more to this than meets the eye. There was none of that.
Police are making sure their investigation clarifies everyone's stories to find out exactly what has happened.
He told us that after a fairly aggressive argument between the two of them, his position was that Carol stormed out of the house, jumped into her car and drove off.
The investigation starts to build a picture of the timeline of events.
We left it a few days before he reported his mother missing, and once we started looking into it, we realised he was pretty much, his hand was forced, and he was forced to report her missing by a family friend.
A nursery employee turns up to the nursery that Carol runs at her house,
And she notices that Carol's car's missing, which in itself is very unusual. So she asks Ross, where's your mum? And he says, well, I had an argument. I think she's gone to spend Christmas at the caravan park. So the employee goes away to the caravan park, looks for Carol, she's not there. And the next day she goes back and says to Ross, I can't see her, she isn't there. And almost forces the phone onto Ross to make this 111 call to the police.
So when she left the house, when did she last year?
About 1 o'clock on Monday morning.
It's becoming increasingly clear that something isn't quite right. Detectives start to ask some tough questions.
The police said to me, Stephen, my dad, and anybody else I'd interviewed, could Ross hurt your mum? And everybody said yes. And I said yes, he's hurt me.
We learnt a lot from Lorraine about an assault when Ross assaulted Lorraine some time ago.
He was arguing with me, he was arguing about my dad leaving, and he hit me. I said, what are you doing? And by this, he was shouting at me, and my mum obviously got up. And she came through, and she just stood and said, what are you arguing about? And he was like, her, and then just started hitting me. And my mum just stood. She stood and watched, she didn't stop him. She didn't say anything, and he kept doing it to my ribs and my back, and I was trying to protect myself in a ball, and I was shouting, Mum. All I could, Mum, and she didn't do anything. It didn't.
There's real suspicions about the relationship Carol and Ross had, but nothing concrete. We learnt a lot from Lorraine around how Carol was so almost besotted with Ross. Never ruled out the possibility of him causing her harm. But I think they were pretty much convinced that Ross knew a lot more about their mum's disappearance than he was telling us as an investigator.
Police ramp up efforts to investigate Ross. A week after reporting Carol missing, his movements attract.
He got a train to Edinburgh, and he went into a pawnbroker's in Edinburgh and attempted to pawn Carol's jewellery. Which was unsuccessful because he needed proof of ownership before they would pay for quite an expensive ring. It was a circumstantial case we were trying to build here, and the circumstances of him pawning his mum's jewellery, you could infer from that he knew his mum wasn't coming back.
The investigation team also look into Ross's online activity.
What we did do through his social media is we found out he'd been on a website called Plenty of Fish, and he'd met a girl on that website around about Christmas time.
What detectives also discover is that the car Ross said his mother sped off in was found outside the house of the girl he met on that dating website.
We traced her, interviewed her, and she gave a full statement to say that Ross had visited her that night. The circumstantial evidence with the car was namely, his actions. So it was very much what we gathered, we put that to issue.
In the first days of the new year, with the evidence against Ross mounting, a search warrant is rubber-stamped. Police can search the family home unhindered.
When the police searched Carol's house on the 7th of January, it's obvious that there's been some sort of clean-up operation carried out. But because the police are incredibly thorough in these cases,
they rolled up the carpet in the living room, and that's when they found a pool of blood, like a stain, a blood stain.
You could probably go into anybody's house and find the owner's blood in there, particularly, the bathroom, if you like. This is a stain where a considerable amount of blood has seeped through from the carpet above and ended up on the back of the carpet. Ross explained that away, saying his mum had a nosebleed, and it was quite common that she would have nosebleeds, and that was confirmed by the family.
A forensics team analyses what is found.
It turns out it's Carol Taggart's blood. But this isn't the kind of stain that if you had a nosebleed, you would walk through the carpet and show.
By this time, in my mind, we were dealing with a homicide.
And yeah. So
Police. Foul play is now a real possibility. Getting another search warrant from the sheriff, police return to the family caravan, except this time, it's a fingertip search.
Within half an hour of the search starting, I got a phone call again from the crime scene manager saying that there were blood smear marks at a low level in the caravan. So to me, that was absolutely crucial, massively significant for the investigation, but also a huge piece of evidence that there'd been a clean-up there to prevent us identifying a crime potentially, but also very, very strong suggestion that Carol had been bleeding badly.
The blood is confirmed as hers. But where exactly is Carol Taggart?
All the caravans in Petticoat Bay are on a slope, and underneath each one is an alcove, and you can open it there's no locks on them. The man in charge of the investigation, Keith Harvey, thinks that if you were going to try and hide a body, this might be a good place to do it. And so he orders a search of all the alcoves of the caravans, and the first vacant caravan is searched, the alcove underneath it. The police officer opens it and puts her hand in. Sadly, it becomes apparent that what she's found is a body.
Police now have to notify Lorraine and her family.
I found a body and I think it's your mum. And obviously the whole time you're thinking, I know she's dead, but to hear it in your face. And then it's like, okay, so what's happening now? He says, well, can you identify her?
Officers drive Lorraine and her father Sean to the mortuary.
So you're going to go through, she's behind a glass. And unfortunately, you can't identify her by her tattoo. She had this violet rose, because that's mine and her favourite colour, on her wrist. Obviously, I had asked, why can I only identify that? Because she's too far gone. And her face has been attacked. My dad's looking at me like, you need to say that, like, yes or no. And I couldn't get, like, it was stuck, and she was there. And I said yes, and then my dad just lifted me and put me out the room.
The case against Ross is building daily. Police need to understand his relationship with his family and his mum.
There was a really, really tight connection between Carol and Ross to the detriment of the members of the family. And a feeling that Ross was controlling Carol and also controlling her finances.
Starting to be a little bit controlling of my mum, what she was doing, when she was doing it. My mum was on a lot of medication. She had a lot of health issues, kind of brought on by herself, to be honest. She dealt with migraines a lot, and it was really, really bad. So she was on pethidine for that. But I noticed that Ross had been giving her more, and I said, why are you giving her more? Because mum wants more. that's not what she's allowed. Well, then just shut up.
The relationship that he had with his mother seemed to be a combination of rows and arguments, mostly over money. Ross was described as a sponger by his mum at one point in a text message. One of the things that he claimed was held over his head was the family will, threatening to cut him out of the will.
When my mum and dad separated when I was 19, because of Ross, because of the arguments, because my mum always sided with him, my dad felt he couldn't step in. And at that point, my mum kept saying to him, no, know your place. I'm his mum, he's mine. And my dad got told that very often. And obviously that's going to break the relationship. It's like he had set it up. He got rid of my dad, my mum, and he had her right where he wanted her. Ross was always round my mum. She was paying for everything. He got everything he wanted out of her. It was odd. We'd go to cinema dates, holidays together, dinner together, you name it, shopping days together.
And one of those lavish trips abroad was to America.
It was his 30th. My mum had taken up New York. She even showed me the post. It was like a bragging. Like, ha ha ha, I've got her all myself. And obviously I'm going to take it more personal, being the little sister. And it was, I think, watches and trainers and everything he could get. And it's so frustrating for me because is that all you see out a relationship? Whereas I wanted that relationship with my mum of an emotional relationship. My mum would be proud of their daughter, and here's him on social media like, ah, look what I've got, we've done this together, we've done that. The pictures are the last that I saw on social media of my mum.
Police gather all the video evidence they can to reveal Ross's movements around the time of Carol's disappearance, starting at the caravan site.
There was a CCTV sighting of a male fitting Ross's description in the early hours around 4 o'clock in the morning. And I think the best way to put it would be acting suspiciously in the area, but also carrying a holdall. The question would be, what was in the holdall? You know, was that him going up to clean the caravan or whatever?
Ross Taggart's behaviour following his mother's disappearance is a combination of arrogance, breathtaking recklessness, to the point of stupidity. He started to use his mother's credit cards. He went to see the Hunger Games in the cinema and he used her card to pay for it. He was withdrawing money from her account. He was going to nightclubs. He was kind of living the high life over the Christmas period. He certainly wasn't sitting in his house waiting for the phone to ring, which is probably what most people would do.
Carol's body might also hold vital clues to help the investigation.
It's down to the forensic people to remove it, doing their best to preserve all the forensic evidence or forensic opportunities that might be on the body itself. It was wrapped in a duvet cover and then tied up with a twine, a string type twine.
The twine rope that's used was found in the caravan, the actual rope that is used to tie her. She was wrapped up a few times.
The duvet cover matched pillowcases recovered in the house. So we're really, really getting there now.
So all interlinked that you know where he took her from and took her to.
With the twine and bedding used to wrap up Carol having come from her own house, then found with her body at the caravan site, there is a clear connection. The police have got everything they need to arrest Ross Taggart.
We detained him for an assault which led to the death of Carol Taggart and explained to him it might well be a murder investigation. I didn't want him to abscond. I wanted him in custody, and I was confident that the result of the post-mortem would be that it was a criminal act committed on Carol.
Detectives waste no time in questioning Ross again.
He had no idea how the car got there. He couldn't explain how it was found next to an address which he had clearly visited. He continued his denial. He talked about pawning his mother's jewellery, but that she'd pawned jewellery in the past. He didn't give us anything to work with, if you like. The majority of the interview was a what we call a no-comment interview, where he's entitled to, under Scots law, to make no comment, so you're innocent until proven guilty.
When Ross Taggart was arrested, it would have been a shock to the community to find out that the son had been accused of murdering his mother.
The questions in my head, like why? Why would you want to kill mum? She's mum. Like, why would you want to do that?
Very quickly after the arrest of Ross, the post-mortem was carried out, and the result of the post-mortem that Carol had died as a result of strangulation.
Outside of the forensic evidence, most of what the police have is circumstantial. And Ross continues to be uncooperative.
They have the right to remain silent. The solicitor would want to see the weight of evidence against their client. When a trial starts and when it goes to a jury, you can never predict to any degree of certainty what a jury is going to return as a verdict.
The family organised the funeral of Mum Carol. But Ross, even though in custody at Perth Prison, continues to cause pain.
A week before that, Ross had said he was coming to the funeral. I says, over my dead body is he coming to the funeral, but it's not happening. And at this point, you're innocent until proven guilty, which is correct. And they were arguing about over me, and I says, well, if he goes to the funeral, none of us are going. Nobody else will be there, he can go himself. And eventually I won the case and he wasn't allowed to go on. Everybody got to pay their respects, and then she got cremated. There was lots of people, I remember loads of people being there, like it was quite full, which was nice. Whatever happens or happened in our relationship, she's still my mum. She's the only mum I'm going to get, and I will love her and forever. She's a pain in the bum, but she's my pain in the bum. I've got to deal with him having taken my mum. I've got a trial to go through, and it was just really overwhelming.
Almost a year after the murder, Ross Taggart finally faces a jury. Trial's at the High Court in Edinburgh. The courtroom that Ross Taggart's murder trial was held in was actually quite small, and press seats are right behind the door. And if it wasn't for the perspex barrier, you could literally reach out and tap the accused on the shoulder.
So we went in, and there he was. He was wearing this white polo shirt. I could only see the back of him. He got really fat. It's like he was a stranger. It's like I didn't know him. He was odd. It was really cold feeling. It was awful.
Lorraine was one of the first people to give evidence during the trial, and she describes Ross as her mother's blue-eyed boy. One thing she says that's quite significant as well is that Carol would never have stormed out of her own house. She had arguments with Carol in the past, and it was Lorraine that had to leave. Very, very difficult for someone to give evidence against their brother in a trial where he's accused of killing their mother.
My job as prosecutor is to bring out the evidence in relation to the crime.
First, the prosecution wants to convey to the jury Ross's criminal tendencies.
The accused led a bit of an odd existence. He had short-lived periods of employment, some of which ended as a result of dishonesty or even idleness on his part. He was not a tender at work,
And there certainly were suggestions that he had stolen fairly high value property from at least one employer.
Throughout the trial, Ross Taggart seemed disinterested, I mean, it was almost like he was watching a TV program a lot of the time.
CCTV and the testimony of witnesses also forms part of the mounting evidence. His attempt to sell an expensive piece of jewellery, which must have been removed from the woman's finger, almost certainly after death. His explanation for that was that he simply took it to be valued and had no intention of selling it. And that was quite contrary to the evidence of the jeweller, who very clearly remembered being offered it for sale. We know that on Christmas Eve at night he was out socialising. We know that from credit card bills and CCTV footage. He appeared not to have a care in the world and was certainly enjoying himself at his mother's expense because it was her credit card he was using. The accused chose to give evidence, and in evidence he maintained that he had nothing at all to do with his mother's death. But despite Ross's denial in court, prosecutor Ian McSmorran has a wealth of hard evidence, starting with Carol's blood found at home and in the caravan. It was and indicated that she had not left that house alive and well, but that something producing significant healing had happened to her in her own home. But focusing now on the caravan itself, police discover marks in blood strongly suggestive of the body having been dragged along the floor within the caravan.
Your body only clocks when you're dead. And her body was still producing blood. She wasn't dead when he took her to the caravan and dragged her up. So she was still bleeding out. And then he's got on top of